All right, we are live tonight watching the protest and the world unravel around us. Tonight, we have myself, Zach, my roommate Don, Ray, and Vox. Others may join us as we are coming, so you guys can introduce yourselves.
Hi, this is Ray.
Hello, this is Don.
Hey, this is Jonathan, or Knox.
All right, so today Atlanta has been busy. For anyone who is looking for an update on what happened with Damien, who was on the ground for us last night, we have finally gotten him out of jail. He is in good condition. He reported on some of the conditions that he experienced while being detained. They were not all great. They tried to treat him fairly kind of okay, but he did not get to see the treatment of other people who'd sustained injuries. They took him to Grady Hospital first because he may have had a medical complication while he was there. He was chained to a wheelchair for a time. Before he was taken to Grady, his actual health complications, it took a while for them to see to him after the initial arresting officer who was treating him well left to handle other matters, and then he was sort of abandoned for a bit. He reported that a large number of people were put in cells without a lot of aid, almost no food. There was opportunity for food and water, but not regularly. Only like once or twice. Not a lot of food. And then he was in a standard cell that was not clean. The toilet bowl was not cleaned. There was actually piss everywhere for 3 hours or so before he was put into general holding. And he suspected that the immense delays today in his arraignment and release were related to attempting to delay him from going out and re-participating in the protest. As we showed yesterday, the National Guard participated in a kettling maneuver, which has been deemed legal when curfew hit, and instead of allowing people to leave the protest peaceably, they blocked off access to do mass arrests. And due to his health complications, he was not able to get back to his vehicle, and he voluntarily turned himself in simply because there was no way to evade the kettling as it was being produced. But he is okay, and we do have him out now. And a lot more has happened since in the news, but I wanted to give everyone else a chance to speak.
Just out of curiosity, Zach, did he mention whether or not there were masks involved? Like if he was allowed to wear his mask, and how many people were in the holding cells?
I don't remember if he was allowed to have his mask or not, but there was a large number of people in close proximity. So as far as the spread of COVID-19 is concerned, it was not good conditions for that.
Yeah.
I believe someone just joined us.
Chris should be joining us. There he is. He is on mute. Chris, you're on mute.
There we go.
Okay, cool. We got Chris in the line.
Awesome.
Pop out a video because I had to get a connection. So
okay, cool. Yeah, if you want to watch what's on my screen, go to Twitch. Just make sure that's muted so we don't get feedback.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So, yeah, the spread of COVID is going to be a big problem as far as protests, especially if you're detained. You're almost certain to get it if you're not already immune in some capacity.
Which, something to consider, means that probably everybody else in the household runs a strong risk of infection now as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we were at that point anyway. I don't want to say where I work, but I work for a Japanese company where I interface with people who travel to East Asia in the time frame of the outbreak of the pandemic, and then my regular activity before we were adequately told by the federal government about the spread of the pandemic was to walk around all the streets of the city and I like to shake people's hands and meet new people constantly. So I almost certainly caught it and am immune, and have been a carrier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And similar here too. I mean,
Yeah.
it's multinational corporations. You gotta love them, right?
right.
It's the way of the world now.
Yeah, we are. Go ahead.
Do we know how Damien is feeling right now? If he's okay? If he?
His exact
Yeah,
words is
whatever.
he felt beat the fuck up, and he wasn't
I imagine.
actually physically manhandled by the police, but he was put in multiple uncomfortable situations due to his size and health complications. He was often handcuffed in awkward positions and put into seating that he didn't adequately fit in, and made to stand for long periods of time with a bad back. So he is, yeah, he is worn out. So that's the reason why he's not joining us right now. Is he's taking a break from
Fair
all of
enough.
this. So
That's totally understandable. I noticed that Atlanta is not up right now.
yes, there are no feats. I can see if Peachy Rider is available.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to go to title card and see if she's up, but she might have been taken down again. She was arrested 2 nights ago.
I mean, how do you guys have any idea how the general Atlanta is going?
Oh, you a dumb bitch. I can tell. Yeah.
We are trying to find a live stream right now that can give us a better idea of how they're doing. I do know that the curfew is going to be in effect through the weekend up to Sunday. So we'll have to see how that goes throughout the weekend.
Just for everyone to know. Oh, we have someone who's watching. I'm glad I'm safe. Let me know if he has a fundraiser for bail fees. So far, I'm not sure there were any bail fees, but there may be later legal costs. I will keep everybody updated about those. He'll probably need an attorney for his court hearing that is, tentatively for a month. It's probably going to be 3 months out. Also in chat, I'm going to post a link to the YouTuber we are currently watching right now. She deserves support. So I'm going to make sure that she is linked properly. But yeah, we are watching Atlanta Live currently.
I just got back.
Are y'all getting what this lady's saying?
Chris, if you're talking, we can barely hear you.
Stupid cunt.
Sorry. I'll just be active in a second.
Okay. Jonathan, we haven't heard from you yet. What is your take on the situation so far? Hello, you with us?
I think he left.
I think we lost Jonathan.
Yeah.
All right, Ray. What are some of your hot takes? We're watching the front line of the protest in Atlanta right now.
Well, it looks, from what we can see, it looks like two people are getting into it. One, a police officer, and the other, a protester. Just a bit of information on Georgia right now. What's happening in Georgia? Brian Kemp, our governor, has canceled our elections for our state Supreme Court, so he can now appoint whoever he wants in that position. And I am assuming it is not a far stretch to assume he's going to choose a Republican, probably a very right-wing Republican, if Kelly Loeffler is anything to go off of. His pick for senator is anything to go off of. He will be choosing a very conservative Republican to serve on our Supreme Court here, which is very upsetting.
Yes, absolutely, and it's a subversion of our democracy in enacting
Yeah.
that policy, because we now no longer get the choice to do so. And it's his decision to use the National Guard in the way that it's been done, which we were speaking with last night, the militarization of the response against peaceful protesters.
I wouldn't be surprised if he takes Trump up on the offer to send a military in, honestly.
Right, because
With the way he's going,
with the Insurrection Act, it is still up to governors whether or not they want to use the military as extra police and how they are actually utilized. And we run a heavy risk of Brian Kemp abusing that ability.
Yeah. Very scary.
So I want to interject with my own article. George Mattis, who was President Trump's former Secretary of Defense and former U.S. Marine commander, has today denounced Trump's response to these protests and has called these protests lawful. That's really, really important because Mattis is a very well respected person of status within those who are in the military, specifically the Marines. A lot of people who are on the conservative side respect him heavily, and he's someone who has served his position with distinction and respects the Constitution and the badge of office that he has. And the reason for his quitting the office that he was given by Trump is because he believed that Trump did not respect his. So him speaking out about the way Trump is handling this is incredibly important.
So, just to add to that as well, in a similar vein, though not notably a figure, former Admiral Joint Chiefs of Staff's head Mike Mullins published an article on Monday, and he was calling that same kind of shit out. So yeah, multiple former major generals and admirals and heads of the Pentagon, as well as the Pentagon is refusing to enable any more like transfer of the National Guard from their authority. Yeah, there's quite a few people up top that are not participating, and you have to give them credit for that. As you said, Mattis is well respected. I believe he's Mr. Mad Dog Mattis, right?
Yes.
Big deal Marine. Yeah. So yeah, it's screwed on their behalf.
Are you back, Jonathan?
I am indeed.
Nice, cool.
My apologies about that.
Oh, you're good. You're good. No, I mean, it's nice that we all have the ability to become guerrilla journalists like this and participate in these sorts of things, but the technology is still somewhat new and finicky, and we're all ad hoc with whatever we have right now. So it's totally understandable. Things are going to go in and out constantly. We're not professionals, but we're trying to do our best.
That and something else to consider, mobiles are not well suited to massive crowds either.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And the towers can only accommodate so many people.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. They invented that technology. That technology and warned us. And the literal cell connection has been around. It's not been.
Yeah, Chris, could you fix your audio again?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're just gonna have to hold the mic where it is.
Yeah, more or less. I'm okay with that. It's just that it's interesting to know that because we've had this technology like way ahead of everybody else, and we're intentionally, I guess, disabusing ourselves of it effectively. We're not using our technological capability, which is just a sign of like our economic times to come. For as much as the people claim that they're going to be making more money, the money is such a fiat money. Like it's totally a scenario that is not what they claim to be. And so yeah, our technology is advancing heavily. It's better advancing outside of the Americas, except for military technology. Sometimes comes to the civilians. So.
You talking about technology reminds me, and I forget if I mentioned this last night or not, but Zach and I very recently watched Escape from LA, and the ending line, I think, has to be one of my favorite lines in any movie I've ever seen. Snake Plissken says at the very end, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And I think that is so true, not only for what you were talking about, Chris, with technology, but just look at everything that's happening right now. These protests, we live in this advanced world, and yet we're still fighting fights that we've been fighting since the beginning of this country. It's insane to me that we're still doing this,
Yeah, no, and you're exactly right. Like, if we want to talk about history repeating itself, I mentioned it in the last stream. the American Revolution, one of the sparks that really got it going was the Boston Massacre. The first casualty of the Boston Massacre was Crispus Attucks, a half-black, half-Native American man who was shot by the British soldiers acting as militarized police, and their defense for firing on unarmed civilians was that they were threatened by snowballs and hollow wooden planks being thrown at them while they were in a line. So they got nervous and shot, which is exactly how the police brutality we've been covering has been happening. And it was because of that incident sparking the American Revolution that we have such a strong protection for protests, and why it's so disgusting, especially considering what has sparked these protests and how interwoven all of these events are connected to American history in Trump's and the American authorities' response to them.
Mm-hmm.
So we're repeating history in almost the exact same way.
Absolutely. What's the quote? History repeats itself, first as a tragedy, then as a farce.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, here's our first.
Yeah. For real.
This is surely a tragedy, but the reaction that the people in charge, clearly the farce.
Yeah.
Oh God.
You know,
So, I know we're watching live right now. I don't want to necessarily pull to it. I might pull to it later after, depending on what we see here in Atlanta. But Legal Eagle, who's a popular YouTuber, has an excellent video where he was talking about what happened at Lafayette Square earlier, where President Trump dispersed a peaceful protesting crowd just so he can get a photo op. And the way that it was done so was utterly inhumane. An Australian film crew, an Australian journalist was manhandled and pushed out of the square. And it was entirely for a photo op. Not only was the action itself despicable and completely illegal, it was highly egotistical.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it was horrifying. Yes.
to note that the
Yes.
recent reports. Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Recent reports about that have noted that they've gone a lot back and forth. There's a claim that Ivanka came up with the idea, but that the order to do that push came from our beloved Attorney General, William Barr, who, for those that don't know, before he was with Trump, he was the Attorney General for Papa Bush, and he's the guy who got all of Ollie North and everybody off the hook for their Iran-Contra events. So he's, die hard. Oh God, nice Nipsey Hussle quote. Yeah, dude on video right now with a Nipsey Hussle quote, more pertinent than anything else I've ever seen. Because that was a guy who literally stood up for his community, was shot for it. But yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. The head of our Department of Justice. There's a fun discussion about the notion of justice and what we call justice, and what we perceive as justice, and what is enforced as justice. Justice is clearly along the lines of what the opposing power have defined it. So.
Yeah, there's a very big difference between social justice and legal justice, and
Right.
one of the reasons why these protests are happening is that the way the authority of legal justice has been dispensed has come far out of alignment of social justice. And if we're going to quote Martin Luther King Jr., who was quoting Thomas Aquinas, there is a difference between man's law and God's law, and in a philosophical sense, what is social justice law. And when you come out of alignment of the humane essence of justice, the sort of Socratic form of pure justice, it becomes tyranny. It becomes institutionalized tyranny, and that's the reason why it's important to do things like break unjust laws, because an unjust law is against the soul of people, of basic humanity. And it's incredibly important that we defy unjust laws, and that was King's justification for breaking laws with segregation by doing sit-ins at white-only diners, or the Freedom Riders not sitting in the back of the bus. That's the reason why I cringe really hard when I've had people discussing Damien's plight and other plights saying, well, make sure you leave before the curfew and it's on you. It's like that. The point is that the curfew should not be in effect. These are peaceful protesters. You know, it is an important stance that you stay there all night. It is not, you know, it is not important that the letter of the law says that you stay there. The law is being abused in an authoritarian way to try to crack down on the act of protesting, to curb the freedom of speech, to speak out against the injustice.
Right.
It is very, very important that you stay past curfew, that you don't let the letter of the law chain you down when the law is unjust. It's really important to protest how the police have abused their power systematically against black people and in other ways, and how the police do not protect and serve. They ignore common crimes if it's against the wealthy and the privileged and the patrician class.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well said, Zach. I couldn't agree more.
Sorry, I kind of went off on a
No,
tangent.
yeah. Like I absolutely agree with that.
Profound statement to make, and it really was a good one.
Thank you.
I wonder what this guy in the car is doing right here.
I think it looks like, in a very clever tactic, it's old school, I think they're literally trying to block the roads from the cops from advancing.
Yeah.
Either that or they're
That is pretty great.
in the area.
Yeah.
But you see how they're where they're parking.
Yeah.
That's exactly true. Elm, correct? Yeah. You can't just assume that you can 100% vote everything like into a better life, especially if you're in a obvious dictatorial state or with a leader who wants to be a dictator. So
They just hit somebody.
We're seeing him take his pages straight out of 1984 because we all saw a lot of what happened, you know, when they cleared the streets in DC. And then if you watched the press briefing from the White House today, they were insisting, well, no, none of that happened. No, nothing was fired at anybody. The protesters were violent. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. That's like, we're seeing this happen in real life.
Absolutely.
So, a funny, just as an allegory of 1984, back in 2019, everybody was speaking of the year 2020 being extremely corny because hindsight's in 2020, which is hilarious at this point. But something I noticed, having been a big Light fan of 1984, the reference to it being the year 1984 was George Orwell was referencing the year 1948. The book was published in 1949, but like swapped 48 for just as a reference to what he was seeing in Britain alone, much more so what was happening, of course, in the USSR. For those who don't know, George Orwell was himself a Marxist. Died a strange role, but somewhat still leftist person. He did, but that was lit. He still published that book. It's still in our conscience. And if you really calculate from 1948 to 1984, exact 36 years different, 2020.
What's your name, sir?
So it's just like exactly 72 years, and it's the same story.
Are you part of the National Guard?
It was always just kind of weird. I felt that was a little more apropos than hindsight is 2020.
We got gas mask on already.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been gas masked enough. Don't want to be gas masked.
Where is this dude going?
Yeah.
So it is 8:54. We are 6 minutes away from curfew.
I'm not sure if they were here last night. I wasn't out. Yeah, be safe, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We're getting a really up close look at the military presence here in downtown Atlanta.
Wow.
So, yeah. What's interesting is that they are behaving in a much less aggressive posture than last night.
Right.
I think they know better now. They should have known better day one, but they know better now. that being said, I didn't really see exactly as much at the front line. I mean, he was there when I first didn't really seem as, I don't know. I guess they fucking, like, there also seemed less protesters, but of course it's 9 o'clock. So.
Right. Also,
Yeah. Well, they're friendly now, but once it hits 9, we'll see what happens.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to be so friendly once it hits 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because they're already rolling up. I mean, you can see they're blocking roads.
So they're basically.
But it looks like people are kind of having the sense to start clearing out before 9 now.
Yeah. But
Which I get what Zach was saying, what everybody was saying earlier, you know, that, yeah, I mean, we've got the right to be there, but at the same time, we've also got the laws that say when there's a curfew in effect, we're supposed to GTFO.
Well, I was saying, it's important to actually, civil disobedience is not about being nice. You're absolutely having
I totally get that.
Yeah.
Well, I can counter further. Having used to live in Brunswick, which already has its own scenario, when I was in high school, 2004-ish, we had G8 conference on Sea Island, which is right off of St. Simon, right off of Brunswick. G8, of course, the 8 major nations that pretty much dominate the world. Literally, friends of mine met Vladimir Putin at the bar. That you know, other people and such. Everything was in lockdown constantly. A lot of stuff was pretty much, you know, inherent curfew. So we can't have this stuff. There was plenty of protest action occurring, and it was handled responsibly by the police back then because there was a multinational, you know, the union was there.
Right.
Protests, not just Georgia or something.
Now, where is my hotel? I have a court date September the 14th.
Everybody violated the curfew. There was a curfew about the 8 major world leaders being in your town. There were friends of mine who watched fireworks at the meeting. No response. And that was in 2004 under the Bush administration. Right? A year after the beginning of the Iraq War, you know, not long after 2001. I mean, clearly the scenario was obviously different, but,
Sure.
you know, the intent, there was no need to flex, you know, and there was obviously, like, no sense or reason to embarrass the United States. Well, it's embarrassing ourselves when we don't even have any guests.
If Chris, if you're watching the chat, you have some responses to what you're speaking about. Right, real quick, I want to introduce my buddy. I don't know if you want me to use your real name.
One street over.
You with us? Can you hear us? We can't hear you.
I think he dropped out.
It says he's still here on my end.
Oh, okay.
Is he muted?
It doesn't show his icon as muted.
But yeah, Elmgrek, exactly. Yeah, so do you remember that exactly? There were a lot of people just in the counties around because this to see that's an accessible point. The Navy, the SEALs actually embarrassed the security because they just snuck right in on people's private property. They just pulled them right offshore, and they were just like, "Why aren't you protecting?" And so, like, that was hilarious in and of itself, and it was an open, publicly known thing. There was no secret to it. But of course, it's changed since. But yeah,
Right.
Yeah, it was a interesting enough event. I worked at Publix then, and I just started, and it was 100% crowded all the time to get stuff out. And I'm pretty sure Camden was as well. That was just a county south.
Well, just your story goes to show that the police know when to intimidate and brutalize and when to lay low.
Pretty much every street.
And this is all about intimidation tactics and putting fear into people.
Right, you're exactly right. I don't want to interrupt, but Peachy
Yeah.
Writer just said, as you were describing that, what she's done is she strategically walked around the block, and she's noticed that every single street is blocked off by them. So right now, if the protesters want to leave peaceably, which they still should be able to if you took the approach that the curfew should be in effect, they are not allowed to.
Interesting. And it is now officially 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I could point out how
That's exactly.
important it is to
I mean, every
kettle
single
them in
street
like
they've
that
got
ahead of
soldiers
time.
and trucks and military
It'll be in
tanks.
the laws so far
Or
right
not
when we
tanks,
start
but
now.
trucks, Humvees.
Yeah, well, it looked like around,
Honestly, you may
from what
not
I could
see
see,
that,
around
but they just put
8:45 is when they really started.
you know, maybe
From what we're watching, it seemed like the National Guard was really starting to move in that 8:45, 8:50 area.
I don't know how they're going to get out. If you're in a car, you've
Yeah.
got to leave way before now. They're not.
I hope she stays safe and okay, and
Right here. Maybe they are.
Yeah, she's
she doesn't get stopped.
Hopefully they are. They can't trap everybody in with cars.
yeah. Yeah, what's happened here is they've blocked off every exit so you cannot leave, and they were already in that position before the curfew was enacted.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that big truck.
Though it doesn't seem like that
Military
they were
truck.
actually stopping anybody going that route
I'm
either.
good, guys.
They were just kind of preparing.
I'm good right now.
Yeah. Oh, she just looked away. I was curious to know what would happen to those two people who were walking up to the
I'm
the
good.
guards. Oh, is that the... No, it's not. Never mind.
We got empty bottled waters
As an
everywhere.
aside, I'm on another tab.
How
I
you
just
doing? Are you
went to
security here?
been bothering with. I'm
Okay.
really looking at
I have a
Seattle,
room here.
and I don't know why. Well, they switched over to Detroit now. So yeah. So this is an issue that I mentioned last night. I had an architecture professor took us to Centennial Olympic Park, talked about a lot of things. And he said, right there, CNN Center is like effectively Atlanta's designated protest zone.
Yeah.
Which is in itself arguably a violation of the First Amendment, but city and state law can supersede that for technicality purposes and claiming safety, right? So,
How you doing, sir? Are
supposedly
you,
if you're
security
protesting
here?
right outside
No.
the headquarters
No,
of
never
one of
mind.
the
You security
major
here? Okay.
news channels,
I have a room
and
here.
like literally shit is going down, why aren't they watching? Like clearly there's this big problem of the notion of protesting right at the CNN Center, and right now they're looking at New York, which
Right.
yeah, New York is just now about to crack down. They're right at the front lines with the CNN camera. All the protesters kneeled. It's in Anderson, but yeah, like
How you doing?
they've switched to 3 other major cities and
You
they're
alright?
ignoring the town they're in, which I guess is a little boring tonight. So I don't know. It's extremely frustrating, and I know it's frustrating to all the Turner employees that I know. They're already not really happy to be owned by another company, but
Yeah, I can imagine.
I mean they're at least having a discussion. But I'm not. Oh, there's Chris Cuomo. All right, and we just get yelled at. Okay. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Eagle Spirit, for you guys hanging out with me. I'm safe. I'm beside these doors.
By
As
the
long
way, I
as
was
no one
muted
comes
for
up
the
behind
broadcast.
me
You guys might have been able
on
to hear me.
hotel property, which I don't know if
I
they
can hear
can or not on
I can
hotel
hear you now,
property. I got a state trooper there. That was cool to see the police officers from Georgia
Is this
State
thing on?
University. I went there
Yeah, I hear
to
you.
pick up a
All right.
special,
Those are state
special
troopers
education
pulling
certification.
in.
I'm back as
Get
far
off
as
the
the
street.
conversation.
I'm not
I
on the
was
street,
muted for
Bruce
the
Davis.
broadcast, so the people at home couldn't hear me, but you guys might still have been able to.
I'm not on the street.
Ah,
Yeah.
So you're
Damien came in real quick to
gone
see what was
looting.
going
No,
on at
I'm
ground
not
level.
going looting.
how's he doing?
No, I'm
He
not.
is hurting.
Thank
but
you. I
he's
appreciate you guys being
alive.
here tonight.
Good, good.
Just
Thank you
trying
for
to.
surviving, Damien.
Hi,
Yeah,
Myra.
thank you, Damien, for
Winslow,
doing
thank
that.
You, Poor Dirt Farmer. Only the government has a right to rape, pillage, and destroy and burn.
You know,
down lives.
this kind of makes me
Yeah.
wonder, watching this protest going on, today's the 6th day, is that correct?
Yes, technically it's a
Yeah,
six-
I'm okay. I'm not going any further.
I
than
feel
this.
like part of the reason, and I could be wrong about this, but part of the reason why
Yeah,
it
I
has
don't
been
know,
able to
Magnus.
go on for so long is
If
the
I
fact
ran- I
that
bet
we're
if I
not
ran from them
consistently
for
going to
whatever
work
they were running
because of
against, I
COVID.
bet they would come in and
So
do
it just
that.
goes to show you how passionate people can be when they don't fear losing their job if they skip a couple days. It shows you how important these things are to people. And I wonder if other protests in the past would have been more crowded, would have been going on for much longer than they had been if people were able to take more time off to attend the protest.
And I suspect that's one of the reasons why the curfew in Atlanta on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday has been dropped down to 8 p.m.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is
And I imagine that a lot of this is as much as I hate the looting, I imagine that a lot of the unemployment is driving some of that.
Yes, I think you're exactly right, Don. I think you're exactly right. One of the other things I criticized in the last stream, I'm going to criticize here too. There's this massive presence downtown, where everything is peaceful. The damage downtown was smashing the Omni, which is a part of the CNN Center, a bit, and some graffitiing, but not. And they was burning a handful of cop cars, but there wasn't a ton of actual damage downtown. Most of the damage and looting happened in Buckhead, which is a good distance away from there, and there is even now still not an escalated police presence. In fact, they've pulled cops away from other districts of the city and outlying counties around ITP and brought them inside where the peaceful protesters, or morally and lawfully should be, protesting. And it's more about preventing protests than it is about preventing property damage and looting. And again, I think the timing of moving the curfew up on the weekends is sort of telling for that, because there's no sense of it. In reality, they could easily keep this a peaceful and more peaceful than it is situation if there was simply no curfew and they kept people in the designated zone and kept it peaceful and interacted with the protesters, as well as some other cities are doing. Not all cities are. And there's a double standard in some of them. But having Mayor Bottoms be there, turn it into a festival, open it up to Centennial Olympic Park, open it up. I hate the commercialization of this. Open it up to vendors so that people could get water and food and have musical acts and keep it going would actually be a beneficial thing for this entire community. And that would do way more to stop any sort of vandalism and damage. And yes, you'd have to have a slightly escalated police presence, but you'd spread that out into places that actually matter and not the peaceful protest, and it'd be way better handled. This show of force is absolutely draconian and authoritarian, unnecessary, a waste of resources, and a violation of the core tenets of this country was founded upon.
Absolutely.
I did see a few comments I didn't like.
I have a note in the chat on there. He's not getting the curfew warning on his phone. Yeah, I haven't received it last night either.
Yeah, I didn't get it either. I'm not signed up for all of the special stuff. I know Don is. He shared it with me because he has manually signed up for all of the alert notifications.
Well, he's talking about the he's talking about the literal emergency service broadcasting. Amber stuff.
I didn't get it either. In the first night the first night curfew was announced. The curfew was announced at 9:13, even though it was at 9 o'clock. Yeah, it was kind of dumb.
Hey, you guys okay? What happened over there? You mind telling me?
That was probably intentional to incite arrests.
I wasn't too happy.
Kind of
sure.
very Brian Kemp.
Incompetent, authoritarian, behind the curve, lackluster. I think all of those really encompass Governor Kemp.
It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing listening to him talk.
Love you guys too, man.
And that's what makes his decision to suspend the election for the Georgia Supreme Court this year that much more terrifying, is his incompetence.
Now, did he explicitly, or does something explicitly mean that he is going to get to pick that person, or is this just simply delayed until whenever?
So in Georgia, the way the situation works is that if in a state of emergency, if the election's not held, it allows the governor to appoint.
It sucks.
Well,
Mm.
previous to that, though, there
Yeah,
was
I will
already
be
the
here
issue
for
that the
some-
guy who was
I will
leaving,
be here in just a few
um,
minutes. Somebody
he
take
was
the
already
microphone
set
head
to
my head.
retire December. So going into 2021 would have been the new Justin. He decided to retire early, like before November,
Now,
and
with,
that gave
now we still
Brian
got these
Kemp
ladies right
already
here.
an open
So
window
about this time, I was
to
arrested
appoint
walking down the streets.
a
And
temporary,
these ladies right here are
you
able
know,
to
from
pass.
October
That's what's
to
so
December.
crazy, you know.
But then, like,
I
there
had,
became the discussion of if he would be
mainstream
able to
media in front of
maintain
me.
said temporary,
Yeah,
you know,
I don't know
get
where
rid of
these
the
ladies
election.
are going.
And
Right,
so
yeah.
now he's been given that opportunity.
I think that the
So-
appointment of the judge is, or the justices is specifically, it will be
Yeah.
labeled
See, I
temporary,
don't think
but
I don't
that
think the
temporary
US, the
appointment
National
will
Guard,
last well over a
hold on,
year.
do they have zip ties?
According to the article I sent you guys, this person, whoever he elects,
No
will
more
serve
people
for
going
at
that way.
least
There's a
2
curfew.
years.
Oh yeah, okay. That's basically a
Now,
full
if that
term, a
was
full
me
term
last
appointment.
Yes.
night,
Yeah.
Yes.
if that was me,
And we all know the damage that can be done in 2 years based on Trump's presidency.
Yeah.
God,
yeah.
What do you mean? We only have protests and riots in every single all 50 states and almost every major American city, and people are starving, have lost their jobs, are at 30+% unemployment in a massive pandemic. How can America get more great? Come on, guys.
That's un-American of you to point out, Zach. America is great. How dare you?
If the National Guard are arresting,
I mean, we're just
or
getting
that's
greater, right?
SWAT team,
Right.
Yeah,
at least they're
greater.
arresting.
Look at how great America is right now. Look at this footage.
Make America Great Britain again.
Yeah, basically.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's a little much embarrassing to state that somehow Boris is doing better than Trump.
Oh my gosh, I
A
know.
sensible person.
I've got my door behind
Well, the thing about Boris Johnson is that I think he might be faking his stupidity. I could be wrong, but I get the feeling he is
Y'all chill out, Mama.
more competent than Trump.
Chill out. I'm not gonna be
British stupidity has that extra class.
Yeah,
Wow.
right, right.
Yeah. Make America crumble. There we go.
I'm not gonna be arrested. I'm
Um,
not running the streets over here.
I feel like,
at my
yeah,
hotel.
I think Kemp and Boris Johnson are about the sphere of intelligence, and that they are
just wanna
smart
make
enough
sure
to
they're
recognize
safe.
something
If
bad
they're
after the
arrest- if
fact.
they're arrested,
They're literally
just
like
be
the
safe.
kid who's
They need to be
pouting
protected with
before
cameras.
you know that they did something stupid.
If they're
Right.
You know, like
exactly.
when you come home and the dog's got his tail
and
between
that's
his legs.
keeping each other safe.
So
Absolutely.
you see it on his face every time. Trump has never been told that he's done anything
We got
by
land
the
police
people
coming
that
in right
apparently.
here.
So,
Yeah.
and then if he has been told, he stops listening. So we're about to get a new defense secretary, I assume. So, but yeah,
Speaking of Trump, I think we should tackle his executive order again, targeting social media and specifically Twitter, and how he wants to. I'm not exactly sure what it is he wants to do with this executive order. I think hold Twitter accountable for what people say. Is that correct?
Yes, he wants to hold Twitter accountable and prevent them from censoring his tweets, because he's had several tweets removed, one from his personal account and one from the official White House account, where he said, quoting a actual registered Klansman, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, which violated the Twitter terms of service and inciting violence. He wants to enact an executive order which basically forces them to publish, violent rhetoric unabated, and I believe, but I'm confused like everyone else, allow him to, control what people say against him. I think I'm thinking of it too far, but it's also ambiguous enough that it's entirely
crazy,
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
If they were to be held accountable for what people say, then they would just have to straight up ban his account.
Right.
I mean, and then they really wouldn't have a forum in which to speak online, because you incite violence. Yeah, it's going to happen. what gets me is this is certainly far from the first time that Trump has done this. Does anybody still remember when he was still campaigning and said that some of those Second Amendment people should do something about Hillary?
Yes, I remember
Oh,
that.
right.
Yeah.
How in the hell was that not?
Right.
Well,
How did that not result in investigations and being locked up and accounts being shut down?
Yeah.
If that was not a call to violence, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, I know now in 2020, there are more and more Republicans trying to remove themselves from his circle, but I think that's not good enough. I think every single Republican and centrist Democrat who stood by his side when he was elected or during the election when it was looking like he was going to be the nominee and started siding with him, all those people need to be held accountable. All of those people need to be voted out of office. They are part of why we are here. It's not just Trump. Trump is a symptom of a larger problem. And he's not, the problems Trump has brought to our attention are not going to go away when he leaves office.
Yes.
I mean, when Trump started to run, I could have sworn that the Republican Party brought him in as the Joker to make everybody else look good.
I think
And then he won.
Yeah.
And then he won.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody expected him to win.
I don't think Trump expected to win, honestly.
I mean, have y'all seen that picture when he when he found out he won? I mean, he looked like somebody just ran over his dog.
I mean,
He did not want to win. He just wanted the publicity.
to be fair, he really has two primary expressions, which is someone ran over my dog and I'm constipated and really have to take a shit.
Yep.
I have to agree with sorry to interrupt whoever was just talking. I have to agree with Onium, I believe, in the chat. Trump is the face of the problems. Exactly.
I mean, he's the cough for the COVID-19. If you have
Yeah.
Trump,
Yeah.
everything's already bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's not right, man.
I remember the picture of Trump sitting next to Obama when Obama came into the White House.
Right.
And he was such a little bitch. And like Obama clearly cleaned him out. And like it took him like 2 months to get to a point that he was like back to standard Trump. And I mean, I know Obama said something to him that he knows that ultimately, as soon as he walks out of that White House and he's no longer president, fuck. That's why they're so desperate. That's why Kemp's so desperate. Is what he's doing right now. I am more than willing to say on my own behalf that I know Kemp was not elected on since knowing if you go back to 2006, Georgia got hacked and its electoral stuff. I know the guy from KSU that actually was involved in investigating that, and he was just like, why isn't the GBI or the FBI bringing this up? And then it was pointed out that the DHS actually actively pin tested the Georgia just to say, hey, we can break in really easily, you guys need to get this fixed. And Kemp responded, and he was on NPR, and that's why I know Kemp doesn't have the accent plays these days. He was just like, it's at, I'm doing like a New York thing, sorry. He was just like, the Obama administration hacked into Georgia just to use it, blada, and but you to support Hillary, blada, but there was no evidence. Like, DHS publicly released the statement after the fact to say, hey, this is what we did. So yeah, we got screwed. Our Secretary of State became our governor, and he was completely in control of the election.
Yeah,
and
it's a total subversion of our democracy entirely.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, I feel like there needs to be rules set in place that your Secretary of State can't be in office and run for the next position up. They need to leave office and then run.
I could be wrong about this, but if my memory serves, they tried to push something like that when he was running, trying to make it so that he could not run and continue to be in that position. And obviously it didn't work.
Doesn't or didn't he also have some sort of a stake in the company that actually runs the elections?
I believe if it's
I-
Diebold,
Well, it used to be. I know this because at one point I was actually this far away from being hired by Premier Election Systems back in like 2012, I think, to run the back end of their polls. But I badmouthed Diebold, not realizing at the time that Diebold's voting systems had changed their name to Premier Election Systems.
Oh, nice.
So I didn't get that job.
That's funny.
man, harsh.
Yeah, well, Diebold, back when they were Diebold, made all sorts of horrible equipment. They made ATM machines, and you can go online and find out the touch combination on a touchscreen to get into their debug menu. And on a lark, after watching a video of how broken that is, I went to I forget which bank I was banking with at the time down in Albany, but I was at their drive-through ATM with somebody and was like, "Yeah, I just want to try this and to see if it works." And I did, and it gave me the full debug menu and the ability to open up the cache thing and everything. And I was like, "Oh, cool! So we're just gonna like cancel this and walk away now because this is so broken that just by pressing the corners of the screens in a certain order, that was really simple to remember. I could just open this entire ATM up, and those were the people who made our election systems."
Oh my gosh, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
There might be a newer. I remember I did the early primary votes back when Bernie was still technically a candidate, right? I mean, he still technically is. But,
Bernie.
yeah, I voted. That actual process was more awkward than even the previous Diebold devices. It is a different system. It might be, but it is a different system. You go in, previously you go in, they give you like this smart card, right? After working with the registrar who validates that you're you. And then they give you that smart card, you walk up to the touchscreen, you click it into the touchscreen, it's like, oh, you're the person, you do the touchscreen jam, and this time around I literally pressed one button. It was just burning. So I was like, oh. But yeah. They
All right, we have audio but not video anymore. I'm not sure what's happened. This is on Peachy Rider's end. It's not on ours.
Okay.
I don't know why we've lost her.
So going outside of where we are, they unloaded CS gas and are rounding up protesters in Huntsville.
Huntsville?
Oh wow, I know someone there. Oof.
Yeah, I've seen one of my friends broadcast on Facebook right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's trying to get away.
If we've lost, I think we've lost downtown Atlanta.
Jump over to CNN. They have Keisha Lance Bottoms on.
Okay.
But they still have New York City as the feed. I don't freaking know what's happening. I mean, you don't have to jump over, but it is interesting that they're talking to her.
Well, we're not going to do that. We're going to go over to Vox, or not Vox, Woke.
Apparently in Huntsville, they're using drones to for protest.
Oh, there's an Atlanta feed there. Oh,
That just got covered up.
Oh well.
Damn, and I didn't even get a chance to see what it was to manually go to it.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're here for now. So we have a smattering of different protests going on. Seattle, Washington turned to violence late last night. It looked exactly like this. Every single day in Seattle, Washington, more and more people show up because it keeps getting taken down that way. Portland, Oregon was a scene of extreme violence from the police shortly, like literally when we ended the stream. I continued to watch it, and the person who was running that one, and I can pull up a recording from it. From his words, it was a police riot, a police-induced riot. And what was scary, and I could play the video for it if we need to watch it, is that there was traffic going through, like normal traffic, going through the city a couple blocks away from the protest. The police rushed past that point and began shooting CS gas canisters into moving traffic,
Oh no.
which caused cars to almost crash into protesters trying to flee. And then
course.
after this happened, it happened again and again. They kept returning to the position and moving back into it. So the police were actively causing large amounts of property damage and injuries to protesters that were literally not breaking any rules and peaceful. I don't even believe they had a curfew. It was quite insane of a situation. In fact, I think since it's, I think I'm going to actually move over to that. Quick, it is which one? Yes, Robert Evans. Here we go.
While you find that, I think it would be really great if I've seen a lot of lists of demands that the people want from the cities, and I think a really great addition to these demands would be making the police departments pay for these people's medical bills, pay for the property damage, pay for the things they destroy.
Look how many cars there are here. All of these people are about to get tear gassed by the
Yeah, if you're watching the footage. Yeah.
Yeah, this is terrible.
There's a particular occasion in Asheville, North Carolina, where the city actually put out medic tents and approved them, and they had water and they had medical supplies. You know, they were approved by the city, and the police advanced upon them, destroyed the tents, gassed all the products so that, like, there would be remnants of the tear gas on the product so you couldn't use it. Destroyed all the water bottles, just like actively just ripped apart the water bottles so they couldn't be drunk
in the middle of traffic.
You know, like, so you don't throw it at you. I mean, a ripped up water bottle can still be thrown. So, like, I don't even know. It was random. It's interesting.
Police saying officers have observed people throwing projectiles at police.
Psychologist.
Based on my experience over the last few nights,
he's the guy who did the Stanford
water bottles, if anything happened at all.
Oh, yeah.
So
Okay.
in retaliation for a couple water bottles chucked at armored men,
the
police
help people just kind of
everyone in
fall
these cars.
line
And thousands of protesters
once they have the
sending
power
them
to kill
fleeing.
people.
But we're seeing here, one of the things we've seen
another
for
big
night.
effect amongst cops, and this is probably, it's never really discussed. The reason why the typical image of a cop is them wearing an aviator. Same thing with service, they're not wearing aviators.
Yeah.
Wearing the sunglasses disguises their eyes from you, and you don't see them as a human, effectively as a. So that is like literally a psychological trick that if they wear the sunglasses, they can hide behind the sunglasses effectively. You can still see the rest of their faces. Right now, most of them aren't wearing sunglasses. I mean, but
Yeah.
a lot of them are very heavily armored. You can only see a bit of their faces, but like at the same time, it's not too one-off to be able to recognize any one of these guys
Yeah.
retroactive. I hold by the standard, having had parents who were cops, having had family that was in the military. There was an era where at least like there's a point of following the line of duty, you know, and doing things the right way. Part of the reason my parents aren't cops anymore is because they had to quit. They couldn't continue with some of the order. I don't, you know, like the cops these days, I don't know what they're doing to themselves. I think they think they're doing the right thing, and they're not. So like,
I can just say, you know, as someone who's half Jewish, well, first of all, Chris, I can imagine having parents who were cops must have been very difficult as a child, being worried about them. But as someone who is Jewish, you know, we always think about, and I'm sure more people than just Jews think about this. Why are, you know, the army, the soldiers, the police, they were just following orders. They were just doing their job. And that's not an excuse.
Right.
That's not acceptable.
Yeah, that
to
was
a point. Obviously, to a point.
Yeah, that's famously called the Nuremberg defense, and that was
Yeah,
what
yeah.
that is what the collective, or a lot. Each person in the Nuremberg trials had individual defense counsel, but as a collective, most of them went with what's known as a Nuremberg defense. And the major issue that the judges the Allied judges decided was that defense didn't fly, that every individual person had agency, and it was their duty to defy orders that were both inhumane and unlawful. That is so important that the USMCJ, which is the code of justice that the American military personnel must observe, even if they were called in under the Insurgency Act, if Trump uses the order, they are still under that code. They actually, each individual soldier has to defy an order that is unlawful or face disciplinary action. Officers get trained on this specific thing, and it has happened. So if their commanding officer orders them to fire live rounds at civilians, those soldiers with the guns have a lawful duty under the United States Military Code of Justice to defy their commanding officer, to even defy their commander-in-chief, and make their weapons safe and not fire into the crowd.
Yeah.
So if we come to that, which I hope we don't, it's important to understand that if you do take the argument that we're to follow the letter of the law actually states that individual soldiers cannot follow inhumane and unlawful orders up the chain of command, and that following orders is not an excuse. You are not an autonomous drone.
Yeah.
You must conduct yourself honorably.
Yeah.
It's exactly just to prevent it's basically to prevent another Nazi party.
Right.
It's like, well, we were just following orders is not a fucking excuse.
Yeah. And
So from Huntsville, from a friend that was there, there is no curfew in Huntsville, but it seems like the cops went to bed early.
Right.
They opened up on them with CS gas or tear gas to disperse peaceful protesters.
If you can shoot me footage of that, we can put it up.
Yeah, I'll ask him for it, but I've got his aftermath video from it when he started broadcasting live on his Facebook when he was getting it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. If you can grab that footage, we'll throw it up.
Yep.
As an extension of that line, it wasn't Saturday that the Louisville contingent of the National Guard did shoot live rounds on the protesters, killed a local barbecue restaurant owner who was just trying to close up his shop. Nothing has been said about what they're going to do about that, but the National Guard is, in all intents and purposes, part of the military. And so, there is somebody that needs to be held responsible, and all of the people that had guns need to be held responsible. There's no amount of, oops, I didn't mean to shoot my fire live round at civilians. Blackwater all over effectively.
Yeah.
So,
Now imagine, I think we've probably all seen that post, and I actually reposted it myself. It turns out I was actually in the wrong on that one. That photo was actually taken after the curfew.
oh, okay.
Because they actually did have it. That was at 8:14 p.m. They had a curfew at 8.
You're talking about the destruction of water bottles and stuff like that?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because if you dig into that, it turns out that EMT station was actually, they had approval from the city to be there regardless, because that EMT station was also for police if they needed it. Yeah.
Don't know.
Yeah. That's
The article didn't go into that much. The article didn't say that, but it did point out that that this happened at 8:14.
Yeah,
I did a little bit of digging to find that, the curfew was at 8.
Yeah, this was also posted on Reddit, and they were having this discussion. That's where I learned that little tidbit. They were like, that EMT station was actually just meant for anybody, and, they had approval to be there. It was so, They
had, from what else I read, too, is they had approval from the business owners, but not the actual property owners. Apparently, the property owners was a different entity altogether.
That's so bizarre. What a cluster.
It is. It was just a weird situation all around in that case. But it's something worth clarifying.
It's
I think we've all seen that and probably recirculated it as well without realizing.
Yeah, it's still inexcusable for them to destroy water
well.
bottles. I don't
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, you were saying, Chris?
even property owner or not, the city approved as well. So yeah, I was on private property, but like I don't know if the private property would have been like, take down that EMT station. How dare they be here? The EMTs, the literal nurses and doctors there, were beaten up by the cops, and ironically, they were more distressed about how the cops destroyed the medical supplies. I mean, yeah, considering the price of the medical supplies, but yeah. So the story continues. I don't know. I mean, Asheville's supposedly a progressive place, but so is Portland supposedly a progressive place. Supposedly.
Yeah, and Portland, Seattle have been bad.
Yeah. That was footage from Portland that I showed earlier, where they were gassing normal traffic. And there is way more horrible footage from that. Like, I could play that for a very long time. I had intended to go to bed right after we ended the stream and just sat and watched that guy's stream. I need to back the whole thing up. I actually have it saved because that guy gave really amazing commentary, and his stream was from like back like when the protesters started throughout the night. And it was incredibly harrowing because in response, the protesters would continue to reform themselves up at the line every time they were dispersed, and they kept themselves incredibly peaceful. They would not do anything aggressive, as multiple people filmed them from angles and then watch the police lose their minds and attack the protesters over and over again, regardless of other property or civilians. They continued to harass them.
One of you guys might know this. Do you think that they are acting on orders, or you think one of these cops is getting frustrated and acts, and therefore the lot of them get frustrated and act?
I have a hard time imagining that it's coming, that these are orders.
Yeah.
Everybody should know that there's going to be hell to pay if that's the case.
I think the general notion is nobody's, well, Kemp might be stupid, but nobody is stupid enough to make said orders. But I don't know if you guys saw, there was a Kansas City event, and one guy was literally on the line with all the other protesters, and he was just like, he was cussing out the cops, and it was great. And then the cops advanced on him, dragged him out, tear gassed everybody around him, sprayed them right in the eyes, dragged them back to their line and beat the shit out of them. A direct violation of his First Amendment. Extremely violent, and it was clearly like the local chunk of cops got pissed off at him. So like when one of them gets pissed off, they all have each other's back, and they sat there and got themselves involved with something.
This footage we're watching right now is from Huntsville. This is when the CS, from another angle, this is when the CS gas was released on peaceful protesters.
Yeah, so there's clearly not like any sort of violent mob going on right here.
Yeah. So going back to what we were just talking about that lone cop getting frustrated and then the rest of them having their back, and that being a trend throughout these cities, that needs to be part of our list of demands. Giving them orders to not engage. And reprimanding them severely, not just losing their jobs, but pressing charges against the officers when they do something like that.
I completely agree. This is the live stream. I'm going to move out of the live stream. I have a bunch of tabs open for police brutality. I'm going to move through some of these, and someone needs to answer. That's 20 minutes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, this is going to get graphic, guys.
Oh my god.
This is a compilation. This is 2 minutes. I'll throw you some of the... Look at that.
Oh my god. Very upsetting.
That video was posted by Jason Schreier, who was the
oh my god.
Kotaku guy. So like
what the fuck is wrong with fucking people?
There's a lot of non-political people having to make commentary about it. And yeah, NYPD. NYPD is the dog is the dogs.
Oh my god.
They just
He just got up.
Now, is it just me, or was that a guy with a can of pepper spray behind a Black Lives Matter sign?
Yeah, there's a cop driving around.
I couldn't tell, Don.
There was a police officer that was behind one of them. Yeah, look at this.
Like, what is going on in these people's minds?
They're used to authority.
Yeah, they're authoritarians, like what we were talking about last night.
You
Absolutely.
see that one? Where they were just walking and they just absentmindly decided to just spray them?
Katie, are you okay?
That's the,
Oh, yeah, that boy.
She did it in a dress.
That's a little fat boy. Some of these cops are little porky pigs, and they're gonna get they're gonna get it.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that one. He's like 20. He's like, I got
What
to defend my
surprises me,
sergeant.
what amazes me, is that with all the people around, when one of these cops pulls this kind of shit, that they don't just get swarmed and taken out right then and there.
Yeah.
that's because people.
You know,
are
I'm
being-
not calling anybody to violence here. I'm just surprised that this has not that this is not something that's
Look
happening.
at this. This is insane.
Yeah,
why
it shows the restraint in which protesters have.
Yeah,
People are
and
actively
that's why
trying
I
to
am
be-
not. That's why I would love to be there, but I couldn't do it because I would fucking snap and I would murder a motherfucker or die trying.
Yeah, for real.
All right, so all right, so that is only some of it. Here is some more. I'm not going to play the whole 20 minutes. There's going to be some repeats. Let's move.
I just want to fucking cry when I watch this. This is unacceptable.
It makes my blood
yeah, so-
fucking boil.
So you see,
Yeah.
this is in Atlanta right here. This had happened in Atlanta.
Oh my goodness, I remember this.
All of
Oh,
these
this
cops
is
have
the,
been fired, but
yeah.
it took a lot to do that. This is horrifying to watch because these people were not, they were just trying to leave. Like the curfew the curfew was in effect. They didn't know it existed because it was announced after the time. They didn't know the curfew existed. They just keep hitting this guy over and
I gotta
over.
admit, that guy seems freakishly calm.
I can't tell if he's in shock or if he's really calm or if he's like,
No.
He's
No,
being
he's-
constantly
he's-
tased. He's being.
Okay,
That's
okay,
what's
I can
happened is
tell.
that he's been tased and they're continuing to press the button over and over again.
oh my god,
Yeah.
When you
Yeah, I mean,
speak
from the
earlier,
beginning,
though-
he-
oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah, when
I
you
mean,
speak
before
earlier
that,
though of losing like your mind,
Oh, he was having a seizure.
I've seen that. I've
Oh.
seen that from
Oh,
my
yeah,
own
okay.
family.
So
I've
that-
seen my mom beat the ever-living shit out of a person, and it's amazing.
You see this cop
because
right
despite
here?
the fact
Look-
that she was
Hold on, Chris. You see this cop right here? Did you see that footage?
Which footage? Can you go back?
I'll go back. Sorry to interrupt you, Chris. Watch how this cop acts about what's happening. You see how he's getting ready?
Oh
How he's
yeah.
happy about it?
Yeah.
I just wanted to
Disgusting.
point that out. The other
Just
thing,
like he's in a video game.
yes, you're exactly right. It's like this is
He's
also
not blaming video games, just pointing that out, and absolutely not doing that. I was just saying.
right, but no, this guy. It's like cosplay. This guy is
Yeah.
cosplaying a soldier in Call of Duty. The other thing that I wanted to point out, and Damien just came in here. He wanted to explain that kid who was being tased had a seizure. That's the reason why he was calm.
Oh,
no,
that,
he wasn't calm. He just was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I've kind of been. I've been in similar situations before. Back when I had really bad migraines and whatnot. But yeah, just kind of become more or less unresponsive for a little bit.
yeah.
Is one way that they can manifest.
All right,
I mean-
this is sorry right here. This is really horrifying because these people are on
Oh,
their
boy.
porch. Sorry to interrupt again.
No, no.
Oh yeah,
worries.
this is where they attacked the neighbors. They just attacked the neighborhood.
What?
They just walked through and started attacking the neighborhood. Yeah, the cops started shooting at the neighbors with tear gas and paint canisters. Yeah.
Oh shit! You can see them all coming at that.
Oh, yeah.
Get in,
Is
get
there
in, get in,
filming?
get in, get in, get in,
So
Yeah.
get in.
you know, I think unless we have a police officer on camera doing something peaceful and de-escalating a situation, unless you can specifically point out one of those officers, I think all of these people need to turn in their badges.
Yeah.
All
That's
of these
exactly
people
it.
need to turn in their badges. I mean, I know
Turn in their
that-
badges. They need to turn themselves fucking in.
Yeah. These
Oh,
people
sure,
are
I
committing
mean,
crimes.
yeah. But like these people shouldn't. This is beyond training. Going to more training. This is something totally different. This is a cultural mentality that is ingrained within them that is not going to be wiped clean because of training or due to training. These people need to get fired at minimum.
I would like to see all of these people criminally prosecuted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Felony charges, so they can never get a job again. Actually, there's no reason they shouldn't be. I seem to recall, I don't know if it's the case elsewhere, but I want to say, at least here in the state of Georgia, that if a police officer commits a crime, it's basically automatically a felony.
It's supposed to be. It's just rarely enforced that way. You know, it's horrifying that it's not.
I think it's enforced when they get caught, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Well, and everybody else along the chain too, because we all know how police unions work. They all cover each other's asses.
We talked a little bit about. I'm sorry, Don. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, go ahead.
We talked about that a little last night about police protecting police and how that needs to be part of the demand. That police hold each other accountable. But again, that goes to what I was saying earlier, which is this is something culturally ingrained that is not going to go away anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't know why state patrols around. State patrol is supposed to be specifically for traveling around the state, like literally highway usage. They're desperate, apparently, if they're pulling them out. Also, something my dad educated me, because he knew state patrol quite well, they are trained to be arrogant as fuck. If you ever have to deal with an officer, you don't want to deal with a state patrol officer. Because they are, on the road on their own, and so they are considered like, they're just trained to be shitlord. And, yeah, so they might get in trouble, but, like, who else was there to witness? Whereas, city cops are supposed to be trained to be community cops. That's part of the issues he was having. There's a lot that's wrong with any of our policing, and as Ray was mentioning, becomes, if you as a cop witness bad shit, you are, you're obligated to report said bad shit, but if you report that bad shit, it's going to be held against you by the rest of the cops. So, that's just the game.
It puts you.
It is a game.
Basically, what you're saying is the police are naturally in the prisoner's dilemma situation at all times. And one of the ways to alleviate that, if there was some sort of federal oversight that they were reported to, and you never knew who the report came from, and if it was actually enforced. Because here we've just seen 2 instances of police brutality against members of the press, which is a direct attack on the First Amendment.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the state patrol again. It's in both cases in Minneapolis. It was the state patrol. This is the CNN reporters that got this the first time.
Okay, all right. So we got some footage from my hometown of Albany, Georgia, that Don has just posted, and Onium also gave me some information here that I'm going to post up.
Though admittedly, the one I posted is kind of the opposite thing, where a police officer was blandly attacked.
Yeah. So we're not going to say that isn't happening. It's just the frustration.
Oh, yeah.
We can use your name. All right, Onium is my buddy Keith. It's my buddy Keith, also from.
Oh, what's up, Keith?
Yeah, he's in there too. He's actually in the voice chat. We can't hear him because he's having a mic problem. Okay, so we're going to move away from the CNN footage and look at this information here.
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah. Hey. By the way, the girl was pregnant. Yes, she is pregnant. Considering Georgia law, the whole right to life and everything. If you kill a baby while it's not yet born, so now said cops very well end up finding themselves. Oh shit!
Yeah, there was a lot of issues there with the way they were handling those two, and he even told them that she was pregnant before they started the physical altercation.
One day somebody is going to body slam a cop, and given whatever the circumstances, you see how quick they also respond. Any sort of possible aggressive event, they're going to call them backup. and they'll come zooming in. I've seen cops hit other cops in my high school. So, like with cars.
Mentally or?
I mean, admittedly,
yeah, but
Oh gosh.
I mean, admittedly, usually whenever a cop gets called out somewhere, they're not the only one on the way.
God.
yeah, but also, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that.
What was that for?
Standing
For
there.
fucking no reason, just fucking standing there. The guy gets fucking shot in the goddamn face with a fucking tear gas canister.
Oh, he was saying something to them, but they sprayed him first in the face, and then that guy point blank range nearby shot him with that.
Does anyone know if he's okay?
I have no other information besides the video that was just posted.
Yeah.
Yeah, Legal Eagle is not happy. You can see him. On
Yeah. I'll play that video in a bit.
Just tuning in.
But yes, everybody is familiar, I believe, with the CNN reporter. He was one of the first major reporters to be arrested. There have been multiple. There's been over 120 attacks against press since the protest began. I'm afraid this is going to get very graphic. I'm sorry, everybody. Tracer to the face and backpack. Walking home, getting groceries. Shot with a pellet in the face. Not a protester.
Yeah, there's a guy, I think he's a teenager, in the hospital right now because he has bleeding on the brain because of being shot in the face
Hi, so this is Molly Hennessy
by the cops.
And I just wanted to get this on the record that
Yeah. That photographer lost her eye from that shot to the face.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I had my notebook in my hand.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I've heard of several people losing vision in both or one of their eyes.
Holy shit!
Wiggum somehow he's not in the Discord of it.
Who's in there?
Wiggum.
Oh my god.
Is that just your name on Discord, Wiggum?
Chris, I could barely hear you. What did you say?
Wiggum's in the chat. He's stuck out of Discord.
Okay. I can add him if he, or can someone else add him?
I don't know if that's his name on Discord though. I can't find him.
Yeah. Is that your same name? I don't know if I have you. Message me on Discord. I'm gonna post my. Yeah, he's a B&B regular.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I probably know you, Wiggum. You probably know.
Yeah. Yeah, if you could add him, Chris. You guys get that working while I manage the thing.
Yeah. Just type in your name on Twitch chat.
Yeah, did you see the old man? Hold on.
We know each other. Okay, if you say so.
Yeah, all right, hold on. I want to show the.
That's the man with the cane. Yeah.
I saw that on freaking ABC News.
At least some of them, at least some other officers came back and helped him back up after the fact.
Right.
Actually, it was the same officer. It was the same officer who pushed him over.
Was it? I'm pretty sure. I could have swore the officer that pushed him over just kept on going on his way.
Guess he figured it was a bad look.
Right.
You don't push over old men, mate.
Jesus.
It's like he remembered, oh shit, there's cameras around.
Oh my god, this is an old fucking man. What the?
I think he was just standing there too. He wasn't even involved in it.
Yeah.
There is. He doesn't give a fuck.
At least you're helping him up, but damage done already. I mean, come on.
Now he's coming over. He's like, oh, maybe that was a dick thing of me to do.
I just got this. I know who you are. I see your name in chat. Chris, you got him in there?
No, I can't get it.
Give me a second.
Invite. Oh.
Ray,
yeah.
can you add him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Let me try this. Okay. You guys are asking the Luddite of the group, but I will try.
Yeah, so his username is on the Twitch, so we can get him in.
Yeah, I see. It's not... We searched far and wide. Unfortunately, no results were found.
What?
Yeah, it's not finding that.
That's what it's saying.
There's gotta
Are
be...
you sure you exist?
So you have to do it as an add friend request when you come up with things like that?
Oh, okay. No.
I'm doing...
Yeah, that would be a friend first.
All right. Let's figure out how to... Technology. I don't
Yeah, it's not finding you under that name.
Yeah, it's not finding you under that name. Do you exist?
Yeah, I don't want to expose the entire chat to. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the we're gonna go over to title card. I'm gonna get someone added in real quick.
My dog's coming to join. Come here, Bubba.
Give me a second.
Come here, Bubba. God damn it.
Go to home, friends, add friend. Hash. Good. Okay, you have okay, I've sent you the request. Okay, we're good. And then let me add you into the call.
Zach's pro hacker.
Yep. Okay. Oh no, I can't make the noise go. Please answer quickly. There we go. You're in.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you too.
Nobody.
So I'm one of the Zach from B&B.
Yes. Yes, he's part of the Zach crew.
Yeah, I got that when you started saying, well, if we want to get existential about it, there's only certain people that have your sort of, like, I don't know.
Pretentiousness?
All right, cool. So we got you in. I'm going to continue showing some of this harrowing footage of police brutality. Some of this gets really bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything that you've shown so far, but yeah, that's go for it.
Oh, man.
And this is people getting frustrated. I want to repeat that Don is right occasionally, but most of these, the majority of the time it is not. But occasionally the police are defending themselves or making an arrest. But I can understand that level of frustration after decades, centuries, generations of oppression. And what we're capturing now is not uncommon abuse for these protests. And that's what's frustrating a lot of people.
Is that a... Oh my gosh, did he get shot?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. These are, you know, as upsetting as these videos are to watch, I think they are crucial to this discussion.
I kind of wanted to wrap back around to that discussion specifically. I don't know if you guys had addressed this and I didn't catch it, but at least regarding, like, you know, these cops who are doing these things and the expectation they're going to turn in their badge. The problem with that is that these police really believe that the things they're doing when they're doing these things are the right thing to do because they believe they're enforcing social order.
Do you think they believe they're doing the right thing, or are they kind of high on their own power, so to speak?
I'm sure it's a mix. So I would bet that at least of the people that are doing this believe they're doing the right thing.
They just pushed the person over, like,
Sure.
side.
They pushed a person what?
It looked like somebody got pushed over that, like, kind of ledge right there.
Oh.
Next to the bridges. I mean, they're backing people in the corner. In the parking.
Look close. Jesus, he shot him at point blank range while he was down.
Lord.
Yeah, they do that shit. See, obviously that is not enforcing social order.
So,
Yeah. I don't think he thought he was doing the right thing there.
But yeah, the problem is they believe that this is the just right thing, and that entire mentality needs to be anybody who, like, you should take a test. And if you say that this level of force in the moment is good, you are not fit to be a police officer. That is not what
No, I'm not defending these people. I'm saying that I legitimately believe that these people believe that when they do these things, when they shove this guy to the ground and when they gat him at point blank range, they think that they're, you know, rooting out the commies and they're destroying a legitimate threat to America.
Right. No, I agree.
Oh, yeah.
I agree
No, you're
with you.
absolutely
I agree
right.
with you. It's scary as shit, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they train them on that. I mean, yeah, like former cop parents were Reaganist, essentially. Like,
Yeah.
I lived through that. To go back to way earlier, Ray, they were cops before I was born. They killed.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So I didn't have to worry about any of that. But they were prison officers for a while too. And,
I can imagine that's bad too.
I have been to prison as a child. It is an interesting enough experience. I mean, it's purely like that weirdness. Obviously, they were gonna. I was very heavily protected. I was just there in administrative areas, but
Right.
yeah, it is that weirdness in retrospect.
I can imagine.
I would, if I, I would say the majority of people there probably.
Oh no, I lost you.
Are you? Well, I still hear you, Ray. Everyone else still there?
I am.
Yeah, I'm here. I just got something going on with work now, so I'm paying a little more attention to that.
That's right.
Gotcha. It's kind of other Zach. Sorry, I don't know what to call you other than other Zach. It's kind of like what you were saying. I absolutely agree that a lot of them do think they're doing the right thing. I'm sure a lot of us remember the Batman movie. Harvey Dent's character, he says you either die the hero or live long enough to see yourself become the bad guy. I feel like a lot of cops either quit when they realize it's not what they thought it was, or they go in with good intentions and then kind of become these people, high off their own power.
I don't think they may have that level of self-reflection.
Do I?
I don't know that they may have that level of self-reflection. Like, I don't know that they would.
Yeah. I doubt they do. I doubt they do.
It looks like we're trying to return down to Atlanta, Georgia, but then we've lost Peachy again. Peachy's last image right there, live, was an entire unit of National Guard in front of the hotel that she was staying in. So we've also lost Seattle at Woke, yeah, we're restreaming Woke. I'm going to put their link in the chat so they get properly cited for what they're doing. Organizing all these streams, it's great, and we're just trying to keep links circulated and everybody informed. You're not getting a lot of good information off of mainstream media right now. They tend to cut off what happens at night. They're not showing a lot of the police brutality. They are showing some of it. They are showing some of the anti-press brutality, but they tend to only focus on moments of solidarity, and a lot of people online are reporting that shortly after moments of solidarity for the photo op, some of these moments of police brutality happen directly after that, only a couple of hours later.
Like in some of these cases where the police will kneel, they're just putting on their gas masks.
Yeah.
Right before they gas everybody.
Yeah.
Kneel, they'll get the photo, and like Zach was saying, and then 45 minutes later they open up with the CS grenade.
Yep. Back to the training and certification and whatnot, I believe here in Georgia that is actually a requirement. I'm not sure if it's a statewide thing or if it's just that most of the police departments require it, but I believe here in the state of Georgia you have to have specific training and certifications to become a police officer.
You do. There's it's the equivalent of an associate's degree that you have to get. I wish it was better. It's good that we have it. Some states and municipalities don't have anything at all, which is scary. And it absolutely needs to be better in lots and lots of places, like training people to de-escalate, having lethal force to be used as an absolute last response. And we don't have that. There's actually a specific set of police by consent that I'm trying to think of the name of it. There's a specific name for it. It is what police in the United Kingdom use. By consent.
UK is like
the
police officer.
I'm sorry, the Peelan principles. But anyway, you were saying? I didn't hear you.
Yeah. In order to be an officer in the UK, it's something like 2 or 3 years of training, whereas in some places in the US it's 6 months.
Right. Yes, they go by what's known as the Peelan Doctrine, or the Peelan Principle, which is a police by consent, and it's also the reason why most of their police officers are actually not even armed. They have oversight by civilian bodies, and they are meant to be entirely, like, they are seen as citizens first. So in America, nomenclature often differentiates police from civilians, like we do it naturally as we describe police brutality. But in the UK, they are civilians. The fact they put on a badge gives them absolutely no extra protection under the law whatsoever. They are civilians like you and me. Their job is simply to keep the peace, and they are locally elected and overseen by civilians individually. It is not, they are not an authority. And I think an enactment of Peeland principles in American law enforcement would be a huge benefit.
In that regard, being circulated on Facebook, one of my friends who's a little more closely tied to, or at least has been more entrenched in political spheres for longer than I have, shared a, I think it was a call to action. It wasn't an actual bill, but it was something that was generated by one of the House members, and ultimately, there was, I don't remember the exact verbiage used, but basically it was saying, you know, I hope you all join me in removing the unique legal protections that law enforcement officers have in this upcoming bill.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, those protections are a huge part of the problem. Like, you can't oftentimes sue an individual police officer. And that's actually, we've been talking positive things about Georgia's police structure. One of the huge negatives is that in Georgia law, you cannot, under any circumstance, sue the individual police officer if it is in any way construed as part being done and part of their active duty towards any government official, part of their active duty, regardless if it's highly illegal or danger or damaging to you. So if they're on the clock, if they're off the clock and they claim they've responded as a part of their defense, it's done. You can't sue the individual anymore. You have to sue the actual government, which is a massive undertaking.
That sounds exhausting.
It is. So that's the reason why cops act like they can do anything, because at least under civil code, they are not financially liable in any way, shape, or form, you know, so long as they claim in any way that they are acting as a cop in that moment, or any other government official. That has been actually used to protect teachers who are pedophiles.
How so?
Because if they were acting as a teacher at the time, in the past, they would get arrested and they're a pedophile and they're done and they're in prison. But if they happen to have any money and the family of the victim sues the individual for monetary damages for the long-term psychological trauma they've had, they have been denied access from doing that because, you know, any publicly funded teacher is under the same purview of that law.
Yeah.
Which is really messed up.
Yeah. I mean, I think given our whole conversation tonight, we're talking about things we want to see done and a growing list of demands that the people need to press their government officials on. I think giving people the ability to sue individual cops needs to be, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. We need to be able to do that. That needs to become legal. Now, granted, I understand there could be a lot of suing involved and a lot of threats of suing, and I understand that kind of turns into its own legal nightmare, but people need that protection. People need that protection against cops. And if that was the case, you're right. They probably act smug because they know they cannot be legally touched. And if we take that away from them, I bet their behavior will change.
Right, yeah, because that legal immunity gives them a lot of sway in what they can do. It forces you to be entirely dependent upon oversight structures within local and state governments. Well, in the state of Georgia, where that's one of the laws. There are other states that have similar protections for government officials. For their oversight, and clearly that doesn't happen because they're all part of the same club. So, yeah. Going back to what others have echoed, that they protect each other, and you get isolated and you don't have the protection if you speak out against them. That happens from top to bottom and bottom to top. So your only redress of grievance is through a revolving door that's never going to really come down on them if there isn't any oversight. And the reason why the cops who killed George Floyd are having any kind of repercussions is because it was recorded and we're having national protest.
Right.
You know, this is what it takes for any kind of real oversight to happen, is massive civil unrest on a national scale. You know, and we can't do this every time a cop does this, and we've already shown in this live stream dozens of times in which power has been abused. You can do that for every single one of them that happens. What we need is just a actual structured oversight of police.
Right. Right.
Get in for a second.
Go ahead.
Are you guys watching the Minneapolis stream?
We on screen right now we have Unicorn Riot in Minneapolis, but that's in the right hand corner.
Yeah.
Do you have another one?
Yeah. What? Who put that kind of barricade up? Was that done by the cops or was that done by the people? Because like,
I'm not sure.
Oh, just the General Metal barricade. I think that was already there.
It
things started.
It was like a 2-layer deep metal barricade in front of a like double layer concrete barricade.
Yeah, right there. Jesus.
It would have had to be in
There
the city.
Yeah, there it is.
Sunday night, the protesters got a hold of a construction site in Atlanta, and they built a double barricade out of construction materials. And that was like the most badass thing I've ever seen.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry, construction dudes, your fucking wood got used. I feel like half the construction workers have been like, "Fuck yeah!" So,
right. Zach, what you were saying a little earlier, kind of when you were saying the only way things get done is when crimes from police get filmed and then protests like this happen. I want to go back and echo what I said at the beginning, which was I wonder how many times in the past decade we would have had much larger protests like this if people had the ability to leave work or weren't afraid to be fired.
Yeah.
And felt like they could come out in droves like this and really allow their voices to be heard.
I absolutely agree with you. And not only is there the social economic component of not being chained down by wage slavery, there is also the technological component that we've recorded it. Because, and believe it or not, under the law, if things are even run fairly, the types of evidence that you need to prove that something happened is like witnesses are weighed fairly heavily and whatnot. So there has been enough evidence for every era of this brutality, and people have stepped up and come to court and then been told constantly they didn't have enough evidence regardless of how hard that evidence is. And today, we finally have technology that makes that almost irrefutable, with everybody having the power of a camera and the ability to immediately live stream and upload it. And even then, it doesn't always work. In my situation that I'm dealing with, my personal struggle for justice, I get told constantly that direct recordings of violations of my civil rights and admissions of stalking and harassment against me are still not enough, which is insane. And what that is a systemic, we don't want to listen to you. And the black community has had a systemic, we don't want to listen to you, for their entire existence on this continent. And even if you went back in time and gave people from 1860 all the way into 1920, all the way into 1960, all the way into today where we actually have it, and went back and gave them cameras, they would still be treated this way, because it is not the amount of evidence that this hasn't happened. It's the amount of how much I don't want to listen to that evidence. And again, in my own way, I have also faced that, but not to the systemic degree that the black community has. But it is absolutely there. And when you hit down far enough on the lower end of the class spectrum, you definitely feel that. And, you know, there is a different lane of justice if you're a member of the patrician class, if you're a member of the 1%, if you're a member of the upper class. You know, when you're white and you're photogenic and you're a man against a female accuser, or if you are gay against someone else who's that if the wrong circumstances of class, race, gender, sexuality are put at the forefront, what happens is, regardless of how much evidence you have, there's a clear predetermined winner and a predetermined loser.
Oh yeah.
And it is horrifying.
Yeah.
I kind of want to loop back into.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You still have something to say.
Yeah, so last night I mentioned it. That is exactly the concept of little brother, where big brother is watching you while little brother is growing up. And the only way we can defend ourselves is by documenting and essentially redefining our legal system by the fact that we have this documented reality, and that having to be equilateral document capability across like all stratifications of society. And I'm keep trying to find who's the first person to say little brother, because I swear to you, first time I heard was Rage Against the Machine. That was just like a line in reference to Mumia, the Free Mumia movement from when Mumia Abu Jamal. No, God, I'm having a bad time right now. When he was arrested for the supposed murder of a police officer when there was every evidence not involved. But yeah, and so like Rage Against the Machine said a song, Voice of the Voiceless. It pretty much ended with the line, this little brother is watching you too. And at some point, either they coined the term accidentally or Cory Doctorow, a famous sci-fi author, coined the term and made it his book, Little Brother, which is apparently free for download. So you can look that up.
Oh, nice.
Little Brother, the book. It's effectively all of this, that, the enemy is obscurity, not piracy. That was that was a reference I'm making for everybody to download. So yeah, like he essentially, what's funny is apparently NSA uses it, forces new recruits to read it in order to give them a different this concept is reality, and it's what's going to have to be the future. What I feel right now, given the circumstances now, this will calm down ultimately, and the media is going to act like it was a flash in the pan, like they do every other protest, and Trump's going to use it for his election campaign. And if we just let them use it, we're going to have Trump again as president. We have to be able to continue using this ability in order for us to make a better world, not even just a better America. And, given the circumstances, I guess, supposedly for any of America to ever somehow regain its status as a sensible nation, of supposedly free nation, we're going to have. Otherwise, Trump's going to ride this right back into every authoritarian, it's interesting. Little brother is growing up real quick. So,
I see what you're saying, and what we need to do is after the moment passes for these protests, we need to continuously stay vigilant. And everybody who has a smartphone, anytime you see something, you need to upload it immediately. And don't just download it for later use, like have it streamed to a device, have your friends see it, everybody who sees it, strip it down there, back it up onto a thumb drive, use the ACLU app to stream it to their servers, and do that. I had to do that every day on campus after I reported my own sexual assault, because when I challenged authority by reporting somebody who was in the wealthier class, they considered the outcome predetermined and I threatened power, so I had to turn on the recording and then live a life that's like the Truman Show for my entire time I was on that campus, constantly recording everything I did and said, and caught all sorts of insanity on tape that I haven't released yet. I released some of it on YouTube, but not all of it. And it was my only weapon. It's actually how I stayed a student there for so long, and it's how I've gotten so far along in my fight. If I had not done that, and I am treated as if the fact that I have all this evidence, I keep coming forward with it, is an annoyance from some of the people that I deal with. Like, oh my god, I can't believe you have 256 pages of transcribed audio and the actual audio. Like, I have to do this work. Why do I have to do this, After telling me how, well, we're probably not going to be able to help you because it's hard to prove this, and then I prove it, and they're like, oh my god, why do I have to do that? And that's what it's like for all of this. We're going to have to keep vigilant, keep doing that, keep chipping away at the problem. When you see police brutality, you need to report it, record it, spread it, and make sure everyone's seen it. And you're going to have to do it again and again and again and again.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree with you, Zach. This kind of to piggyback on what both you and Chris were saying, this conversation cannot happen in a vacuum, because what we're seeing now isn't because, it's not just a handful of people getting murdered by the police, right? It's everything in our society working for the upper class. That is the bigger picture. And it affects all of our daily lives in ways we have not maybe necessarily thought of or have been consciously aware of, until something like what happens with you, Zach, where you have this terrible situation and all of a sudden you really understand where you are in the food chain. So this conversation has to bear fruit, essentially. It has to go somewhere. And, we have to make sure, like you said, police are held accountable. We have to make sure people stop dying. But we also have to make sure that there is not such a consolidation of power everywhere in our society. In the universities, on the streets, in businesses, in family units, wherever it is, there cannot be this authoritarian presence in our daily lives.
I think that your point there kind of loops back into what you were saying earlier, in that at least my takeaway was that we probably wouldn't be seeing all these people out on the streets if they weren't already in a position where they didn't have to, or they could no longer worry about having to work because they already can't.
Yeah.
And that kind of spirals back into the whole idea of capitalism, and as long as you keep them desperate to be able to actually do their jobs and feed themselves, then we're not going to be able to see these kind of demonstrations. But now, thanks to a completely, well, depending on who you ask, a relatively unforeseen pandemic they just fucked up their response. And because they fucked up their response, they have all these people who now have a bunch of time, and they no longer can worry about the things that they quote unquote need to be worrying about, because it's a very interesting intersection of timing and failure of the system.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'll be totally honest. If all of this didn't happen, if the system didn't fail so thoroughly, to borrow your words, Zach, I think Donald Trump would have had a much stronger chance of being reelected than he does right now.
Unfortunately, I'm inclined to agree with you, despite knowing that it would mean the erosion of states. I'm pretty sure that he was going to win until all of this started happening.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm in the same position. I've been talking about this for a while. I actually had made this discussion on Reddit a couple of times too. Before these protests, he was in a very good position to win.
Yeah.
Bernie has made a post pretty much every day on YouTube. I haven't been able to watch them all, but I know he's just there, right there saying, I don't know what Biden. I mean, he's done a speech or two and made a Twitter post. But come on, guy. If you want to say that you're in it against Trump, then you need to be in it. Because if you're not, then you're wasting everyone's time.
He's made two speeches. He made one, I think, today, and that was actually coherent and half good. It was a really good campaign speech. It didn't really address the problem, but he made another speech in a church yesterday, and it was a horrible, incoherent mess. And he said that cops just need to shoot people in the arm and not the chest. And I was like,
gosh.
what?
He is specifically.
Yeah.
Has Bernie actually been out in the crowds?
No, he has not.
No, and it's unfortunately due to his age. Is the
Yeah, that's something. I mean, because he was there during the civil rights protests, civil rights protests. I mean, he was there in person.
Yeah,
I think he was even arrested on several occasions during that time as well.
There's a famous picture of him being arrested.
The only other like federal level like politician that was anywhere near Bernie, and I guess arguably surpassing Bernie, is John Lewis.
Yeah, John Lewis.
He's in the hospital still from previous cancer issues, so obviously he can't be out here. But I mean, I'm gonna say like he's not been the most perfect, I guess, from Georgia, but he's talk about a man with balls. Like,
Absolutely.
Since it is time 50 years ago, we shouldn't really necessarily expect them to be out on the front lines again. That's more of a failure of us than it is.
I absolutely
That's
agree.
fair.
I absolutely
No,
agree.
you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Going back to the talking about how much Biden has been vocal, I don't remember what it was. I want to say it was CNN, but it was some mainstream media interview he did. He talked to George Floyd's family, and they asked him about it. That was definitely a rough interview for Joe Biden. He was saying he wasn't really giving any answers to the questions the interviewer was asking. When asked what he spoke to the family about, he said it was a private conversation, which to a degree I totally respect and understand, but it didn't come across as Biden respecting privacy. It came across as he didn't know what to say. I could be wrong about that. I am not an expert in people. But it seemed to me that he couldn't figure out what to say and how to answer the questions. So he just, instead of answering, shut it down with, it was a private conversation.
George
Again,
Floyd's
could be misreading that, but that was my takeaway.
George Floyd's brother made the statement because George Floyd's brother was the one who talked to both Biden and Trump.
Okay.
He had already talked about how Trump more or less just ignored him and didn't really let him say much because, you know, Trump being Trump, and the phone call was over quick. But at the same time, he felt like Biden apparently let him talk. And so he just talked Biden's ear off. That's literally what George Floyd's brother said. That might be a bit of it. Maybe Biden was just like, black man's talking to me. I mean, but yeah, I mean, at the same time, you can imagine the man can at least say something about the conversation he had. But like, I don't even know how to feel about the guy.
I feel like we're just following Chris Rock's rules for conversation. That as long as you just go, all right, I told you that bitch was crazy, then you can like get through hours of conversation. I feel like that's what Biden was doing. Probably not exact same, dialect. I imagine that he frequently uses, I told you that bitch was crazy.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's probably not too far from the truth, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
probably preferable that was his call, because sometimes listening is what persons of color is what we need, because we get silenced so often.
Absolutely, that is absolutely correct. I mean,
that was kind of the distinction I wanted to lean in. It was that just because Biden let him speak doesn't mean he actually heard anything that man.
That's true. Well, one of my concerns with Joe Biden is that I'm not sure if you're aware of this. He's an old school Democrat from before Democrats swapped on civil rights issues. So he has some pretty racist comments, and also he was a member of Congress when they were voting on the Civil Rights Act, and he's one of the Democrats who voted against it.
Yeah, he just does track record, and like of all the things that could be happening right now, setting aside he never should have been the nominee in the first place. Like, this is just compounding the fact that he's fucked.
Yeah, it's going to be a really dirty last few months of that, because the Trump campaign is going to literally attempt to use that against Biden. That oh, you're not really that friendly to black people. Like, it's gonna be really, really intense, bad.
Yeah. We're
I,
gonna see revisionist history going on.
you know, I imagine if they wanted, they could pull up equally damning things on Trump.
Imagine you can
That
look
is
at
if
him right
the, that is
now.
if the pedo allegations don't get out in the public before then.
Yeah, I'm surprised that hasn't gotten more attention.
Somebody made a point.
It's just that its core voter base doesn't give a shit.
Quite true. They'll grovel at his feet regardless.
Yeah, somebody was talking about how when they post those allegations on Facebook, Facebook takes them down for being too sexual in nature to be on Facebook, but when they post them on Twitter, it doesn't get taken down.
I have not posted them yet because I'm waiting. I want to see confirmation. I'm not just going to trust something that comes from 4chan without having information to back it up.
That's true. I've posted them, but I always post things on Facebook, and if people can find credible discreditation, I will immediately edit the post and be like, "Hey, this is wrong." Happened earlier today. One of the police brutality videos I posted up was actually from 2018. Although that doesn't exclude its relevantness. It just it was in the wrong year.
and it's kind of like a lot of the media outlets are showing, for example, the White House with its lights off. We've all seen the exact same photo, and I forget where I saw it. I can't seem to find it again, but that was actually from I believe from a satire piece.
Jesus.
That's pretty funny.
They got onioned.
I mean, now apparently this did actually happen, but the photo, at least that they're using to make it look at least as ominous as it is not the actual photo. What they're actually using, what I believe was I want to say was a satire thing about trying to save power or something like that.
Right.
I saw something posted by one of my super conservative relatives, and they were like, "Oh, MSNBC charged with using footage from World War Z to make it look like the riots and protests are even worse than they are." So, I feel like there's just more of the same.
Yeah, part of the reason why, I did this is I have a very big distrust for mainstream media, trying to get my own personal story out there. I've had multiple people I've told this to, and it's like, man, you should be on the news. You should be all over the news. It hits all sorts of major events that are happening now. And almost every reporter I spoke with and every person in mainstream media, if I wasn't outright ignored, I was occasionally told point blank, yeah, this is not good for narrative. You don't fit cleanly into a left-leaning narrative because you're a guy accusing a girl. You don't fit into a right-wing narrative because you're a victim. And that's why no one will talk to you. And the one time I did get interviewed by a reporter, I got 3 other Oglethorpe students to talk about a litany of problems at the university, mostly centered around food poisoning, but some other stuff. And they cut everything out, especially from what I said, down to the bare bones, and they literally cut everything out for me except for me saying I held rotten peaches. That's it. That's all I got. They started out with us out there for like an hour, and they cut almost everything relevant out of the piece. These are things I backed up with documentation I sent the reporter, and it didn't matter. It was almost devoid of any sort of substance.
So what you're telling me is they decided that a story about food poisoning was more important and more relevant to the narrative than a male sexual assault?
Not only my own sexual assault, but anyone else's sexual assault.
Even though I actually work in the field that's related with that, that's still just really fucked up.
Yes, no, it's incredibly fucked up. It's incredibly fucked up. It shows you where priorities are. Food poisoning is barely anything. I mean, it's serious. It shows a systemic problem with the way the university is maintained and the health of all the students. I mean, I'm not saying that's not newsworthy. But the fact that we have multiple assaults that have been swept under the rug, mine included, problems with the dorms that has given people long-term health issues, all sorts of other issues with corruption, and only food poisoning, the lowest thing. You know, and again, this ties back around to what's going on. This wasn't being a black man being killed by a cop was not covered on MSM to this degree until it got this far to large-scale protests. You know, I'm sure so many other killings of people in the black community are just swept under the wrong rug by news reporters because they just see it as just another black death.
So I wonder, looping around to how you mentioned that they said that it doesn't fit with the narrative, I wonder to what degree news outlets tie the word narrative to viewership and therefore profit.
Well, I'm sure that's absolutely the case. I mean, I am absolutely sure that when I talk to Fox, they would think that their older conservative viewership would see it as weak and they would turn the channel to something else because they didn't care. And that because it didn't fit with the narrative, like MSNBC, because I'm a male victim, it would confuse their viewership who see sexual assault as only a female issue. And hurt viewership and therefore profit. So I'm sure that's the lens they view it. I don't agree with it. I think that they're wrong, and for a ton of reasons, morally, logistically, profit-wise, and the role of what the media is. But you're absolutely right. I think that is the angle that they push. There is also the power play there. That's what they did to Bernie. You know, all the people who own mainstream media outlets, they have a vested interest in the status quo, and they don't want a socialist to get into the White House. So, and they all invest along party lines and sometimes cross party lines. They want to maintain things as they are, and that's how they cover these protests too. They shut off their reporting. You know, when the sun goes down, they get their photo ops in to say things are getting better and returning to normal and not escalating as they clearly are. We're looking at Portland, Oregon, and that looks like thousands of people on that bridge.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Amazing.
Only more cities are participating. I mean, these people are not, you know, they have nothing else to do. Like,
Yeah.
even if like they somehow had no interest in what's going on, they literally have nothing else to do. So some people are going to show up for the hell of it, you know, and that's it. I mean, like, they're going to learn firsthand. I really wonder, because there are the agitators that are intentionally trying to attack the crowd to get them riled up, right? And they've literally, being idiots, they literally telepath their choice on social media to everybody to see. What happens when you go out there with the intent of starting a riot, to start the riot, and see everybody else and working together and willing to even work with you because they don't know what you're here for, be able to like make a statement. Like, this isn't radicalization, this is literally human, and that's the most important matter of all. I mean, literally, humanity is pretty much the only straw that we have. So
I think you're exactly right. I think that's really poignant.
Yeah.
And the cognitive dissonance for people whose worldviews are being challenged by these protests. I've seen a lot of people who are ultra conservative and racist from my hometown fall silent. If I hadn't already blocked them on Facebook. But a handful, I had one person I argued with, and they just didn't want to hear it. They had posted a very, very poorly photoshopped version of the autopsy from TMZ on George Floyd, claiming it wasn't homicide, though an independent autopsy was conducted, and it is actually considered death by asphyxiation and therefore homicide. They posted the real coroner's report, and in response, that person just threw up their hands in anger and just said, "This is just Democrats. You know, we're just tearing our country apart for Democrats." So I started posting police brutality. They just blocked me. For some people to see what's going on today, it is shattering their reality.
Yeah, I was hanging out with a friend on Saturday night, and his mom is like super conservative, and I got the chance to talk to her about some of these things. I was asking her about it, and like one of the first things that she said while I was asking her, I wasn't even trying to change her mind on anything. I was asking her a question, and one of the first things she said is, "You're not going to change my mind on this." And I'm like, okay, but why do you think the things that you think? And it's just like, I have a pet theory that it's like tied into ego and like what ego means to be alive and how it allows people to navigate reality. But I'm not a psychologist, and I also haven't really gotten a very good firm grasp on it. But like hearing things and like that, it just sounds like it's like you said, is that they don't have or don't want to acknowledge.
I mean, Trump has shown them that narcissism and, forming your own reality despite reality is perfectly fucking fine. You don't like reality, you make up your own alternative facts, aka lies.
I don't think that it's necessarily, I mean, sure, there are some people who I believe would be like, oh yeah, now that's totally viable, but I think that it was more like individuals who had to start having these kind of questions because of the past 8 years under the Obama administration, now no longer have to do it. And instead of, not only do they not have to do that anymore, but now they've been told by someone in power that's like, no, it's fine. The past 8 years are basically a fever dream. Go back to sleep.
It's incredibly frightening, psychologically, how that works.
Well, it's what first got me started on this, that was a really bad choice of words. What first got me started on this path was thinking about all those people who thought that he's still your president was like a valid rejoinder against someone criticizing Trump. And it's like, that has nothing to do with what they were talking about. Why is it so important for you to remind these people that Trump is in charge? And that's when I started thinking, it's not that they actually care that much about it. It's more that because they had to deal with 8 years of having someone who they believe is lower on the social ladder above them and literally in charge of the country, it stung them so hard and so deep that the best thing that they can think of to come back against someone who criticizes Trump and to say, well, he's still in charge. Like, it doesn't even occur to them that the person they're talking to might have a legitimate criticism or might have something to say. It's just that they immediately default to, oh, I want to hurt them as bad as I hurt, therefore I just need to remind them that Trump is still in charge.
Yeah.
I think it's also because they never bothered to behave themselves whatsoever during the Obama presidency, therefore they think that we'll immediately stoop to that same level of pettiness.
I think both of you touch on really, really good points. Projection is absolutely a problem because a lot of people who are authoritarian like that, they believe everybody is sort of Machiavellian like they are, and they project that onto other people. They lie, therefore the other side has to lie as equally as them. That's the perspective that they have.
The Prince was satire.
Yeah, right? Yeah. And you're right. And then the other half of the coin is Zach. I think you're correct as well. And on top of that, if anybody here wants to read a book, it's free. It's called The Authoritarians. It's an analysis of why conservatives are not conservative; they're authoritarian, and kind of psychologically, politically how it works. From the authoritarian mindset, the most important thing to have is power. All ends lead to power, and there's a comfort blanket. If you're a part of the social group that has power, nothing else matters. So to them, upending the chessboard, or the checkers board, which would be more their play style, upending the checkers board and saying, I win because I declare it, is 100% valid. It's a 100% valid thing to happen. What matters is you walk out of there thinking that you won. Anything beyond that is far too complicated, and they want stability, harmony, and a stability and harmony that puts them at an edge to other people. Freedom is by definition having the ability to do things to people without repercussions, and Trump is that embodied. Because the fact that he does something illegal and gets away with it, that we all scream, is horrifying. That is the ultimate power fantasy for them. They want that. They want to have no rules apply to them, but to have rules apply to others for them.
I'm back, by the way.
Oh, sorry if you dropped out.
No, I dropped out because my computer crashed. I
Oh,
don't know
no.
why.
That's-
Yeah.
I think we all make a point at the same time as well is also part of the.
Zach,
So I think,
yeah, go ahead. We lost you, Zach. You want to repeat that?
No, I've hogged enough airtime. Y'all go ahead. I'll just toss it in the chat because I had something I wanted to mention about other, recommended viewing. And a short layoff of what you're saying is that I don't think it's necessarily that they think that if you're in a specific position of power that the rules don't apply. It's just that once you get to that position, you now define the rules, so it literally doesn't matter because ultimately you are the law / the enforcement. So trying to say that laws apply to you isn't accurate because it's trying to say that what you are applies to you. It's like a redundant tautology. It doesn't make sense.
I get what you're saying. Maybe that is a little bit more accurate to say. Is that because you embody what law is, you get to write the rules as it happens, and you are the supreme authority to that. So you get to flout that level of authority on top of the fact that you have the ability to write them for others as well. I get what you're saying.
I mean, sorry, Zach, are you done?
Yeah, no, I actually asked you to continue. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my audio is going in and out, so if I interrupt somebody, I apologize. It's that I can't hear you. Michael Brooks is a really, really great new author, and he's been on YouTube for a while. And he talks a lot about U.S. hegemony, and it is, I think, so tied into the authoritarian narrative that we are experiencing right now with the Republicans. The desire for hegemonic control, which is essentially, and I don't think there's a lot of argument about this, white Christian puritanical culture dominating the narrative.
I think the reason why that isn't immediately called out is it's something that's so fundamental to a lot of what we see on the right that it's so hard. It's like trying to point it out. It's like, yeah, you're talking about conservatives. I don't understand why you're making this distinction. And I'm not trying to say you specifically, but trying to make that statement of hey, what about all these evangelicals that are trying to turn America into a theocracy? And then I imagine that a lot of people who I would bring that up with would just turn around and go, oh yeah, you mean Republicans, I get it. And it's at this point we've gotten to the point where that is an important distinction that needs to be made, but I think that as part of a larger political conversation, we just don't have that kind of nuance or distinction anymore.
I think there needs to be, because it's not just as cut and dry as religious takeover. Or an attempt to make a dominant religion, whether that's by law or otherwise. I think it's so seeped into our culture, and that's why it's difficult to have that nuanced conversation, I think is what you mean. It's difficult to have the nuanced conversation because it is so deeply rooted throughout every part of U.S. history. We can try to be secular all we want, but you can't scrub away what is ingrained culturally for hundreds of years.
We're saying the same thing.
Absolutely.
Not to get too deep into a religious argument, but a lot of it's due to the Protestantism and just the fact that each individual church teaches its own thing.
Right. Thanks, King Henry. No, I'm just kidding.
You got to be able to divorce your wife so you can chop her head off.
Yeah.
Oh, to be able to divorce your wife, otherwise you just cut her head off.
I mean, for example, I'm an Orthodox Christian, and our church as a whole, some 250 million person strong, condemns this sort of brutality.
Yeah.
Whereas odds are you can go to a Protestant church across the street who will be like, "Oh, well, if he hadn't been breaking the law, no, you're just making excuses at that point."
Yeah.
There are sets, very, very, very reaction wing of the Catholic Church. You'll see all the time. They're not nearly what they used to be, but I mean, it's, Opus Dei, like stuff that's effectively a satire of the Catholic. They're still around. That includes our Attorney General, and that includes Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon literally spent a good chunk of like the last couple of weeks at a monastery, in that monastery, pretty much against. There's a lot of very conservative Catholics don't like their play it. I mean, they didn't like John Paul II, but they're pretty much very, very heavily somehow reinstituting effectively the whole empire, not through the Pope, some other.
I mean, how many
pushing their narrative?
Roman Church or the Catholic Church has?
What again?
Sorry, it's like I remember watching a YouTube video talking about like the number of schisms that has happened in the Catholic Church, and it's like 6 or 7. So, like, yeah, it's not. It's while it's kind of because first to tear yourselves apart.
But I mean,
there's history there. Yeah. So.
Yeah,
well, to sort of bring it back to what's going on in America right now, the Emperor Justinian in Constantinople, he oversaw the Nika riots, and then that is a very big parallel to what's happening in America politically, because the Nika riots happened because of a political schism in Constantinople. There was the Blues and the Reds, and they were as such at odds with each other. They were having street fights, and then eventually the situation got so out of control that they began to fight for control of the city in arms, and we are that divided in America. That partisan, that psychology totally exists. And just like how people treat politics like sports, back then they were literally sports teams as well. They also sponsored chariot races. The spark of that riot was the that one of the accused the other of cheating during a race, and it just sort of organically grew from there. And the Emperor Justinian had to make a choice. He almost fled the city, but he decided to stay and put down the riot. And to do so, he appealed to the people for unity, that they had an identity beyond partisanship, and then executed the leaders of both of the parties and banned both political parties. Afterwards, he wrote the Justinian Code, which is the basis of common law today in the Western world, actual common law, and is still cited in legal structures throughout the Western world. So it's really important that he did that. But it just shows... Sorry, go ahead.
His wife was actually the one who convinced him to stay.
Yes.
If I recall correctly, at one point in time, Theodora was one who was like, it's better to die wearing the colors of the emperor than to live as a peasant. And she was like, so, get here and fucking fix this.
Yes. That's definitely... She was someone who grew up in the lower classes, and class division is even more horrific back then. And she was like, if you give up power now, you're never going to get it back. That's definitely one of the other parts of it. The other part of it is the stability part of it, is that there is no way that he would have regained control of the city, and it would have fallen to chaos. And we're at that point in America where people are so politically divided across lines that identify them as people, that they see the other as the enemy above all else. So we have Republicans that do not see these people protesting as a legitimate protest, that they don't have the right to do this. They are the enemy. They are not human. And it's based on a line of factionalization that is ingrained in them due to their political party. And it's insane. It's exactly what George Washington echoed in his inaugural address, that political factionalization can destroy America because people see party above country. And that is a part of this. Some of the police brutality, as it was echoed way earlier in this broadcast, happens because those police believe they're doing the right thing and smashing out a subversive communist leftist element, and that their version of authoritarianism is the right one, which is usually predominantly white Christian Republican. And so you have people in positions of authority and power that legitimately dehumanize anybody who is not a part of their faction.
Well, I agree with everything you said, but I did want to catch one thing that you mentioned, is that the divisions that we're looking at aren't just political, because the woman who called the police on that man in Central Park, who like literally was just trying to get him killed by cop, they went through her political post, and she was like a left-leaning liberal, and it was just that apparently race transcends politics, and she was like, well, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but it really seems like she just had this idea of, how dare this man talk to me in this way and act beyond his station? And it's like, what the literal fuck?
I agree with you. Yeah, in America in particular, racism transitions. Ray, did you have something to add?
Oh no, I'm just saying, yeah, like crazy.
Yeah, I didn't want to leave you out of the conversation.
Oh no, I'm just echoing the what the fuck statement.
Yeah, no, it's really fucked up, and I think you're right. And there's a large criticism I could levy at upper class liberals, the sort of limousine liberal sort of problem, and a lot of people who are privileged, but then will call themselves Democrats and post up on Facebook that Black Lives Matter, or say they're LGBTQ friendly, but in actual practice they don't walk the walk, they only talk the talk, and it's part of a status symbol to be able to be liberal. And,
oh yeah.
But when you actually come across it, it's if those stations of race, class, and sexuality are not reinforced in their reality, if it's not a black man making their coffee at Starbucks, but the black man is an equal executive, they flip out. And you're exactly right, Zach. That is something that we definitely need to discuss and acknowledge exists, and is a huge problem. A huge fucking problem.
Yeah, New York is a huge nightmare about that. Atlanta itself has its own obvious history. But like one thing I knew, I've met quite a few people that had to leave gentrification.
We're losing you, Chris.
And,
just letting you know, your volume's low and you're cutting out a bit.
Okay, I don't really know if there's a way to my volume, but is this better?
Yes, it's much better.
Oh, okay. So I've met a few black people that have moved from the Bronx and Brooklyn down to the South because of gentrification up there causes those areas to be so prohibitively expensive that they had to leave. And these are people whose family fled the South some 100 or so years ago and moved to New York. And so they're moving back down, and it was just like an interesting enough sort of narrative. You go to New York, you go to these areas, and like, if you're black, you're expected to only live in these areas, at least for the past, 50 years, right? That now it doesn't matter anymore, but like it was totally a thing. Like you aren't expected in Greenwich Village, much like there are more Jewish communities or like more Muslim communities. Just New York is very, very, very subdivided amongst its groups. But then, you literally have white people who are self-proclaimed liberals, and then they're like, "But that black person's out of place." It's like, what are you even getting at? Like, the one thing that I can at least tell a person that was forced to move from Brooklyn to Atlanta is that at least the racism is obvious.
Yeah.
So it was just really awkward, but that's what I've seen from that perspective, and it's fucked.
I think we need to make it an important distinction in our vocabulary, and I don't mean you as in us, I mean you as in our country. Liberals are still capitalists. Liberals are still corporatists. I think, if someone's a leftist or a progressive, then we expect a little more of an egalitarian worldview from them. We expect them to be at least try to be conscious of classism and racism in America. But I mean, liberalism, neoliberalism especially, really And that's the problem. You can see someone, it's kind of like Zach said, it's a social status. You can see someone saying all these seemingly progressive things, but it's just identity politics. It has no real meaning. And when it comes down to classism, these people wouldn't, to borrow a phrase from my mother, wouldn't spit on you if you were on fire. And I think it's an important distinction to make between liberal and left because of people like Amy Cooper, the woman who called the cops in Central Park. Because those kinds of people are not leftists, they're not progressives, they are neoliberals, capitalists first and foremost. And as we all know, capitalism cannot exist without a hierarchy.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, you know, it's a part of that point. In America, we do a poor job of educating people on the different political philosophies that make up who we are.
Yeah.
Because liberal in actual political science is usually an economics term. It's not are you supporting gay people? It's do you believe that, you know, currency should be not regulated by the government, or currency exchange should not be regulated by the government, or commerce in general. What that has done to America's, because so few people are not educated in political science to the degree that it should be, is that we are one of the few countries in the first world in which a liberal party is seen as the left-leaning party, whereas the liberal party in most other countries is the right-leaning party, or the central moderate party, because it means liberal economics. But because that distinction is not made in America, we have our liberal party is both liberal in both ways, and in many ways that is a paradox, because it is almost impossible to be for greater human agency and a breakdown of the class structure, and also pro-capitalist and against regulation of business and economics to ensure that it's evenly distributed. Those are often pitted at odds with each other, which is why the Democratic Party is not actually a left-leaning party on the spectrum.
Yeah.
It's a right-centrist party, and then we have a far, far right party that's off the hinges, and there is no real center, and there is no real left.
I joined up with a few Discord servers that are owned and primarily populated by individuals from Europe, and the amount of confusion that I had where I would watch someone talk about, you know, class warfare and the different power structures they're in, and then turn around and say how much they fucking hated liberals. Like, I had headaches for a while until I realized exactly what you guys have been saying, is that
and you know, honestly, it really wasn't just until 2016 that I really thought the distinction in vocabulary was important. But then I realized it totally is, and started trying to make an effort and saying, you know, distinguishing between leftism, progressivism, and, you know, liberalism, neoliberalism.
Yeah. Ultimately, for the fact that Bernie will probably never make it president, he has achieved more than any of our candidates has achieved, other than a black man becoming president. Like, he has educated so many of our generation and the older generations and the next generation. Watch right now. I mean, the Zoomers are of age. Anybody who's literally Generation Z is pretty much 18 at this point.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is all happening in reality. And, you know, the reality's right there. We couldn't make these discussions. There's been some pretty strong, like, smart movements before us. But, like, we couldn't have these discussions until, like, the last maybe 30-something. If anything, that's because the internet.
Global communications technology.
Yeah, you can surf some old school Usenet shit, and serious like dialectical discussions, you know, and it's around for now. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to let everybody know we're now currently looking at Washington. The curfew just hit. This is streaming from the 0 Hour with RJ Escrow or Esco. We're gonna have this up because this is where it seems like the action is. Again, the curfew just hit. The National Guard has been deployed. It seems peaceful so far. Everyone took a knee when it happened.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're calling on the National Guard to remove the riot gear. And again, there's...
Where is this?
This is Washington, D.C.
D.C., okay.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good sign that they all are, like, resting their arms on their shields.
Yes.
Rather than...
Yeah.
I hope it is.
Yeah.
Well, now the crowd's back up, so I guess we'll see how they respond to that.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you see a look of apprehension in one of the guardsmen's faces.
Right. And
not all of them, but you can kind of see because they have no mask. Yeah, they're realizing that they are seen. There's no excuse after that point, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to bring up again, I know I've mentioned it last stream, I mentioned at the beginning of this stream, America's revolution started in a situation that was exactly like this. The British soldiers were faced with a crowd that were trying to voice their concerns, and ultimately it was found that in a court of law, where John Adams defended the British soldiers not because he believed in their cause, but because he thought they needed access to a fair trial. It was found by a jury of their peers that that was a weak excuse and that they did not actually need to massacre civilians. They were not in any real danger. And it really sets the bar for peaceable assembly and the addressing grievances and the right to protest, and why that's an indelible part of the American legal, cultural, and moral structure, and that the response to angry people who are demonstrating is not to shut them down with violence, as we have seen in the other police brutality videos. It is a very important moment that what those soldiers represent in this moment is what the British that we ultimately overthrew became. So, it's incredibly important for, the state of America that they respect these people who have a legitimate grievance to continue to do what is their First Amendment right.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Poetic it is that I'm not sure if he was the only casualty, but it was definitely the first casualty at the Boston Massacre was a black man.
Yes, Crispus.
I know.
Yeah, Crispus Attucks. Yeah, yes.
He's the truest ghost of history.
Yeah,
he's not only a black man, but also of Native American descent. So yeah.
Yeah. He was of mixed African and Native descent, and just like the police brutality situations, his place in the
they're setting up snipers.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh my god, what?
Yeah, that's what the guy pointed out with the laser, is that there's a sniper set up. And that's what we just saw. The Crispus Attucks, his actual place in the altercation with the British is not determined, and many eyewitnesses were conflicted. Some of them claim he was not even a participant, that he was only sidelined, and it's kind of telling that he was targeted with the most amount of shot from the British. It's the same thing, and Crispus Attucks was laid in state after he died, which is sort of unique for the
point
time
out
period.
The feed focused on one of the people in the back. SORT is the Special Operations Response Team. Those are specifically for prisons. They are not for civilian scenarios. So much like earlier when we saw some state police or state patrols, like in Minneapolis and Atlanta, like there's a big question of why they're dragging some of these crews out earlier, Bill Barr pushed for the nature of the DEA investigating the protesters. Why should the DEA investigate a protest, right? But they're pulling out all the stops, and yeah, they're violating plenty of constitutional rights, and they affect them. Why do you have a sniper? So
Yeah, seriously.
But yeah, also yeah, going back to Crispus Attucks, Crispus Attucks, his death is why we had a Boston Tea Party. And so what is this modern Tea Party movement that's anti-black people? So yeah, I think we at least have a chance to there's a big scenario on the notion of not rewriting history, but redefining what is taken as history. A lot of people say the bullshit term that history is defined by the winners. No, history is defined by the historians, and it's who the historians are. Historians know better, so...
Well, depending on the historian, some of them are somewhat... some of them are more reliable than others, but you're absolutely right. The winners don't always get to do it. It's who gets to analyze it, and then how it gets criticized, and that depends on the political environment in which that.
I'm sorry. Can I just jump in here for a second?
Go for it.
Historiology is the study of how history is told.
Right.
So. Just wanted to add that in there.
Yes,
so that's what we're talking
absolutely.
about.
Absolutely.
I want to add in on that as well. There's a different YouTube channel.
What?
Zach, you still with us?
Yes. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, we got you now.
Oh, okay. There's a YouTube channel that I follow that pointed out that the term historical revisionism has had a very strong negative connotation applied to it, but ultimately what it just means is historians studying history and then making changes as appropriate. But because they're, flawed individuals with different ideas, sometimes you wind up with Holocaust scholars going back and going, oh, well, this probably didn't happen, or this wasn't as bad as they said it was, and now you have historical revisionists who are literally denying the fucking Holocaust.
Yeah, no, and it's a huge problem. I mean, that's my major field of study is World War II history. I focused on Asia, but the whole conflict is sort of my ballpark, and it's a difficult thing to have to deal with constantly, and having to exhaustively debunk with evidence and data that the idea that the Holocaust didn't happen or any other sort of denial of human rights violations by multiple sides, including the U.S., is a difficult and exhausting process. But yeah, Herodotus, of which history is named after, just to sort of tie this all in and how we view history, Herodotus by historians is sometimes known as the Great Liar. So we have to, we have to consider, and that's often used when you're becoming a professional historian, which is what I was gaming for. Herodotus is used as the example of you have to always analyze the source of where you're pulling history from and their summaries and narratives. And it kind of comes to something me and Ray have talked about extensively as far as media culture, is that how it's sort of how we view history in that moment also tells us a lot about the people of that moment. Even if that history we're viewing seems innocuous or not related, it's still a good insight not just into whatever that scholar is talking about or what actual factual information they bring, but how it is viewed tells us a lot about the life and the times of the historian displaying it. And it's very telling that there are lots of quasi-historians and quacks who are attempting to push the narrative that the Holocaust isn't real, that the Civil War wasn't about slavery, that the Civil Rights Movement wasn't what it was. And I think it's telling that there is a popular movement to pitch a narrative of history that is against documenting the real world issues that have faced the oppressed.
I would be curious to know if that is a specifically American problem, or if it's a Western problem, or if that's and I'm sure it's happened everywhere at some point in time. But right now, I would be really curious to know who's leading that movement because it seems very prominent in America right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, it's very prominent.
well, I guess I think it would be interesting to see if there are leaders that are doing that around the world, but I feel like that anywhere that anyone's trying to maintain a power structure, we're going to see that same.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's why I said, like, I'm sure, like, it's happened, you know, at every point in history, and many people have done that. Of course, you're absolutely right. I just mean, like, currently right now, if that's mainly an American thing or if it's a Western thing as a whole, like, what, right now, who's leading that?
Gotcha.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. It's, you know, anyone with power has, you know, a vested interest in doing that.
There's a big question I have about why so many of these National Guardsmen are not wearing masks in any way. There's like 2 or 3 I can see in the front line right here. And so many of them, compared to the protesters, are just not wearing a mask, given the circumstances. Given that it was just published the other day that any sort of encounter with the tear gas really fucks up your lungs, even if temporarily, and makes you more susceptible to COVID-19. Is it literally just the same game we've witnessed the last couple months where it's just like, I don't need a mask, I'm immune, you know, or it's not real?
Yeah.
Like, you see that one guy right there with a mask, and that's...
I'm willing to bet that they were told not to wear them if they're going to be on the front line.
Probably.
They are... That is, I mean, given everything else, that would be an order I definitely would just not... I would refuse simply on the notion of that. I would take my arrest and go to jail, get fired for not wearing a mask. Like, I would definitely wear a mask.
I mean, look at how many of the members of Trump's circle and cabinet don't refuse to wear masks because, you know, it looks weak and they don't want to look weak.
And they're going to
I don't
suffer.
know if you guys saw this. I may have just been seeing things, but when that spotlight that we're looking at right now was on the other corner of this building, I'm pretty sure I saw someone back away from the corner.
I think I saw the same thing you did too.
Yeah, there's people up there.
Yeah. And on the topic of masks, like the cameraman or whoever it is that's operating this camera has panned around behind the front line, and it looked to me like a bunch of the people in the back rows had masks on.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
I at the risk of sounding conspiratorial, I part of me feels like, given what you just said about the tear gas affecting your lungs and making you more susceptible to COVID, I feel like they are trying to get these protesters to get COVID. They want them to get COVID.
I'm sure the discussion has been made in seats of power, realizing that that is a potential outcome, and that just shows how little they care for the livelihood of the people on the ground. Part of the dark calculus is that this will kill some of the underclass that is already going to lose their jobs to automation anyway, and that's how they consider the problem.
I wanted to be sure to point out that the oftentimes soldiers, National Guard included, people in the military are often also part of that underclass in their eyes. I think for a lot of the higher ups and congressmen, people in our government, soldiers exist to die and to be fodder.
Yes, they do. They train the frontline infantry. It's purely ideological. They train the frontline infantry to assume that they're somehow Superman because the military has trained them to do so.
Yeah.
They do that heavily to the Marines. The Marines are so indoctrinated. I am only lucky that my brother and brother-in-law were in like repair and maintenance. They would have died. They would have gotten shot straight up. My brother-in-law's first son also joined, and my brother-in-law spent pretty much the rest of his life making sure that, I mean, he's still alive, but making sure that his son understands joining in. It was literally seeing that. My own dad had to spend forever telling my brother that not the way things be done. You gotta like take care of yourself, even though they're gonna tell you to sit in the front line and take a bullet. And that's pretty much the driving motivation of why I ended up not joining. I actually went into the Marine recruit took the ASVAB in the and passed with like ridiculous, I forgot the rate was back then, and they were like, you can get whatever job you want in the Marines. And I was just like, this is almost a joke. And then, just watching my brother like get somewhat indoctrinated. My dad had the argument with my brother that literally there's no WMDs, Iraq. And my brother was like, but they tell me there are. And so, when, you seriously believe you're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
You also seriously believe that you're effectively immortal, that everybody's going to, there's an old book, it's just about the history of pi, but way back in the early Roman Empire, one of the last Greek city-states they invaded was Syracuse. And Syracuse was on a cliffside next to a beach. Extremely intelligent town, had catapults, had massive hooks that they would throw over the cliffside and grab boats and pull them up when they tried to invade. And they held the longest siege out until like one shithead gave them up. And so Rome invaded after like so long, came across an old man. Greek houses had a courthouse with a sand pit in the middle for various activities. He was drawing triangles. And the Roman soldier said, bow down to the Roman Empire, swear your allegiance to the emperor. And the old man was like, leave me alone, I'm doing something else. So the Roman stabbed him.
Yeah.
And that old man freaking Eureka, that guy.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. He was one of the greatest philosophers and mathematicians of our entire age. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to say Artemis, and that's not the name.
It's not the Greek city-states. It's that other city. It's the Rome's greatest rival on the castle.
Well, no, not particularly Ravenna. It was just Syracuse. He was in Syracuse.
Yeah, it was Syracuse is the place there. Yeah.
Sorry, wait a second. I have to.
I'm surprised it took us that long to start picking up the umbrella phalanx.
Okay. All right. Should I?
Yeah, I got tossed that one by a friend.
I'm gonna check it out before swapping the screen over. I can't look at that. It doesn't let me go into that, unfortunately.
That's odd.
Yeah, sometimes Facebook does that. If you're not in the right group or have like a linked friend, it won't always show the content.
Global.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You're solid.
Archimedes.
Archimedes. There we go.
Oh, the town Archimedes.
No, the guy, Archimedes, the guy who essentially.
Oh.
Yeah. He figured much more math than the only person better back then was Euler. Not Euler, but so much more so.
The moral of the story, the theme of the story, is that the Romans, in their want of conquest, they did not value the humanity and the potential of the individuals they were killing, and they killed one of the greatest minds in human history. Just because the soldiers in the front line followed orders blindly, and believed that anyone who didn't bow before the greatest of Rome was to die. What I fear is a militarized response against civilians would be the same way. If they see some 18-year-old kid, or younger potentially, who's in college, who may be the next person to cure cancer or whatnot, not even participating in the protest, but not respecting their authority, they might give them permanent brain damage and kill that person. Only because they didn't respect the sword immediately. Okay. Ray, did you have anything to add, or?
No, yeah, I just listening and agreeing. I have a friend who I think is trying to join. We'll find out. It's funny though. I just have to keep quoting Snake Plissken. The more things change, the more they stay the same. In this conversation tonight, as well as last night, we keep referencing the Roman Empire, and it's just so funny.
Yeah,
that is what we keep going to. That is what the most parallels, maybe not the most parallels, but a lot of parallels are made between today and the Roman Empire. And I know, Zach, you and I have talked about the founding fathers did create our current system of government to mirror Rome's. So I know obviously there's a lot of that there intentionally done. It's just it's frustrating. It's frustrating to continuously compare ourselves 2020 to an ancient civilization.
No, I absolutely hear you. We have this false belief in all of our modern technology and places, and actually the Romans said this famously of themselves too, that we are the progress, we are the future, that we are disconnected from our ancient ancestors. But the truth is, as the human species, as the human animal, we are not far removed. We are the same. You know? Yeah. That we have not evolved into anything different. We are that same animal, and therefore we will make the same mistakes if we make the same choices. It doesn't matter. We will just make them faster and more efficiently.
Yeah. And you know what? I've done this several times tonight, and I know many of us do it kind of unthinking. We always say, oh, how can this be happening right now? It's 2020. How can this be happening? And you're absolutely right, Zach. We're still the same species. We're not evolved just because we have new shiny toys and new technology. We have not evolved into a different species.
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
We're pretending we're not, but we're really just really, really bored and intelligent chimpanzees.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's actually that's an important distinction. We'll only change as a species when we make the different choices, when we choose to move in different directions and more and understand ourselves as a collective and respect ourselves as individuals more and work towards better goals that preserve our planet, our people, our lives. And that's not something that we've done very well throughout our history, so that's the defining difference. You know, that's the moment of difference.
They just swapped a guy out. They're swapping them out.
Yeah.
Well, and that's everything you're talking about that needs to happen can't happen under capitalism. It is inherently antithetical to capitalism.
Yeah, like parts of the problem with capitalism, especially as it's currently sort of engineered, is that you consume until there's nothing to consume anymore, and you cannot continue to do that. This is a possibly different issue, than what's affecting us right now. But we have COVID right now. Not far from now, we're going to have to make sort of this extreme societal changes based on global warming.
Everybody they're moving up is masked.
Yeah, and they're moving at people who are more aggressive.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So
I don't necessarily know about just moving in people more aggressive. I think that their watch is over, and so they're replacing the people.
Yeah, they're basically changing shifts.
I hope that you're correct.
Yeah, the group that they moved up, they'll all have face shields.
Let's hope it's a COVID thing.
Yeah, but they're not. All right. So they got face shields, but they don't have masks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Some of them have like fake ass medical masks, but they don't have gas masks.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I was kidding about the COVID thing with the face mask.
But it is getting late, and that's when things generally start getting out of hand.
Yeah.
So it's kind of smart that they would at least be prepared in case it does.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just
like a specialist of some kind.
I think that was part of them switching them out was because they were getting tired. They didn't want.
Yeah.
Some of them may have been getting annoyed, so they didn't want anything to.
Exactly. For the most part, I'm thinking that's just a shift change.
I hope it is. I hope it's just a shift
I hope
change.
so too.
On the right, the cameraman's right, the guy with the blackface mask has been there since they started switching these dudes out, unless he's got like a twin brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what the counter sort of indoctrination that they have to do in order to, after like a good 20 minutes of being on the front line and have literally people yell at you, even if you have no agreement, you're going to break down at some point. Like, these are National Guard. They're not, NSA agents, something like.
Well,
Right.
right. They're National Guard. They are actually explicitly trained for that kind of thing.
Right.
Well, they're trained for dealing with protests, but are they trained for dealing with like the sheer amount of psychological response to it? I feel like some of these people don't know what they got themselves into by.
Oh, I'm sure of that. I'm sure of that. Some of them some of them just went in, for the college tuition. But I mean, and a lot of but regardless, they've still had training. The overwhelming majority of them should respond perfectly fine because you don't get through basic without, being able to handle it.
Yeah, I don't agree with how the National Guard has been used in Atlanta, but I
No.
will say this: I have not seen the National Guard do anything like the police have done. I've not seen brutality from any National Guard in any of the videos I've seen. So far, they have acted well, and I don't agree with where they've been placed. I don't agree with their amount of presence or where they have been stationed. I think they would have been better used in defending businesses spread out throughout the city and not kettling in protesters. But they themselves were not manhandling people or abusing anything. So I'm very, very hopeful, cautiously hopeful, that those in the National Guard, and if we unfortunately get to that point, our military, if the Insurgency Act is enabled, will be more respectful. Will act with more honor and actually use their position to defend the civilians, and not break like police have broken.
That was a point made in the last decade that a lot of military members that became cops have better restraint than non-military cops.
That's true. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, there's been particular events, I can't name them, I don't remember the names off the top of my head, where cops responded to an armed suspect who was literally doing the "please shoot me, I want you to kill me," suicide by cops. And happened chance there was a military guy that responded. And so the military guy actually would talk the people out. And then another cop would show up and shoot the guy. And that was literally happened multiple times in various places. And multiple times the military cop raised a point against his commander and was pretty much let go. They would prefer non-military cops who are not as well trained because they are the ones that know that there is a literal, dividing line, action and non-action.
That's interesting.
Really awkward.
I've actually heard the opposite. I've heard the military wants people when they come out of service to go into the army. Go into policing.
They do. That is.
The military doesn't care where you go after the fact.
Yeah,
but if you're a punch,
it's a big funneling. Like they want that.
Yeah,
I think it's that the police want them, not so much that they want them to go to the police.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple things about that. One is that the military has a larger number of steps of escalation of force to deal with than the police do. And the other part of it is that we have a really shitty time placing our veterans into post-service jobs.
Right.
So I don't think that it's necessarily suspicious that we get these kind of post-military individuals into law and order services.
Right.
The problem is that a lot of cops and a lot of former military or military veterans with issues like PTSD or other sort of power tripping issues, when they become police, then they just kind of go nuts.
Yeah, it can. There are a lot of issues there. A lot of issues to unpack because we treat our veterans horrifically. When I was homeless in the streets of Atlanta, almost I want to give a fake percentage, but the vast majority of homeless people that I was surrounded by, they were black veterans. A male black veteran was almost all of them, with very, very little exception. and we do almost nothing for them, and then we don't some of them that we don't do anything for. The only job that's immediately available is the police, and those issues spill into their police work. But
Right.
Zach echoed something else too. They have a much more defined ROE, which is a rules of engagement. And what's really messed up is that their ROE is far more defined and complex than what civilian police have to deal with in America. We have lost this stream. I'm going to give it a minute before I swap it over. But that worries me when we lose a stream in DC.
Yeah.
I think he's getting ready to stop anyway. He's been explaining a few things and letting people know that they should vote and stuff like that.
Look at the woke stream.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know that we had that one up and it's closed. And I thought they had another one from DC, but it looks like that's the only one they have up right now. Because they've got like it looks like 2 from.
Yeah.
Zach, another
one though, and it looks like it's in the same area. The buildings at least look familiar. I think they may have just brought up another from that same protest in DC, but I can't tell what they're.
I think one's a helicopter and the other's a tower, and it's half spot.
Put into the lower left. I thought it was the DC, but I don't recognize that.
He hasn't put the label up yet, or whoever's running the stream, the label up yet.
All right. I'm gonna head out, guys. I just got.
All right. We understand, Chris.
All right. Good night,
Thank
Chris.
you again for inviting me.
Have a good one.
You too. I probably won't be able to make it tomorrow night because I work early morning Friday. Maybe Friday.
That's absolutely understandable. We will see you Friday if you can make it. Okay, man.
All right.
Bye. Good night.
Bye. Good night, guys.
I unfortunately likewise have to bow out just because it's getting a little bit late.
Okay. I absolutely understand that. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for contributing.
Thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Let me know if you're free again if we continue to do this, which I think we probably are for the duration of the crisis.
I should totally be free again tomorrow night.
Yes, cool. Thank
Awesome. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
All right, so we have DC lower left-hand corner, Portland, multiple places across the map, and Oakland on screen currently. Seattle has been a place of mass protest. I have seen this exact scene because Jessica Frost apparently lives in the apartment right above where it is and has caught some harrowing things. Oh,
wow.
Yeah, because what has happened in Seattle is that this has stayed peaceful, and at a certain point the police would escalate it by firing directly into the group of people who have umbrellas. And they have umbrellas not just because it's Seattle and it always rains, but to deflect tear gas. So the police will just immediately escalate to shooting flashbang directly into the crowd to try to disperse it, which can cause injuries. If anybody is unaware, a flashbang is still an explosive. And it can catch on fire. It can cause immediate concussive damage. If you're in close proximity, it can cause permanent hearing and sight loss and even brain hemorrhaging. It is not meant to be used lightly and is used as an entry tool only. It has caused fires. The fire at Waco was caused potentially by a flashbang or CS gas. So like this is a potentially lethal weapon that's fired at short range into protesters multiple times in Seattle. And they keep coming back in larger and larger numbers to the same spot.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's not funny, but at a protest for police brutality, we are seeing some of the worst police brutality.
Yeah. Yes, and I think part of that is that existential crisis those amongst the police force have as authoritarians. I think the ones that are the bad eggs, the ones that actually, like, it's about the authority and power, this entire protest is a middle finger. Like, the idea that it exists at all is an affront to that, and it is both a chance to assert authority and a power fantasy. It brings out the worst in those that are bad. So I think that's why we've seen that, and we have the technology now to record how bad it is, as well as we can. And they've been targeting press. They've been targeting people who are recording. They are aware of their own actions and how bad the look is. So it is.
Oh, undoubtedly.
Yeah, it's a bad situation. And going back to a conversation we had very much earlier in the stream, I would like to see criminal prosecution of all the police brutality, specifically through these protests, as well as any others we find. But I think it would go a long way to more than just fire those 6 who ripped those 2 college students out of their cars, but to see criminal prosecution for the overuse of force against people who are just trying to leave. And we're not even aware that the curfew was in effect, because it was announced after the curfew began, and in no way that they could be aware that it existed. It's insane. Or any of the other multiple incidents we played earlier in the stream.
If you really want to get pissed off about those people yanking those 2 college students out of their car, if you go back and watch some of the longer videos, there's a vehicle directly in front of theirs, and the woman in the passenger seat leans out and waves at the person that's recording, and then the police just completely ignore her and go straight for that other car and just fuck up the...
Right, and I've seen that before, and I believe that woman is white, correct?
I recall, yes, but I've only seen it once, so I can't say definitively, but yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And there are other cars behind that one as well. It's just like, y'all weren't even trying, were you? It's just that, y'all look like you, quote unquote, fit the description. So, unfortunately, we're gonna have to tase the ever-loving fuck out of you, bust out your windows, and tear a butt out of your vehicle.
Right.
Well, and that's why I agree wholeheartedly. And that's why I said earlier, all these people need to be fired. And Zach, you're right. They all need to have charges pressed against them. Because this is insane.
You're absolutely right.
It can't go. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Atlanta and all these other cities, these incidences cannot go without any sort of consequence or repercussion from the state. It just can't happen, because people totally, we already have no faith in our government right now to protect middle to working class people, and that would just be the nail on the coffin if nothing is done about these cops committing these crimes.
Yeah, I think he was actually in Minneapolis. There's a guy who had a history of just cooking barbecue and feeding locals in general, but I believe that he also fed the police officers, and he was shot and killed, and they left his body in the street for over 12 hours.
What the fuck? Yeah, why? Why would you?
Well, here's the fun part. All the officers involved, none of their body cameras were on or...
beanbags and other projectiles across the nation by National Guard and police. On Sunday and
that police chief has been...
was hitting her abdomen with projectiles.
Oh, we've lost you, but there's Zach.
Yeah.
Something about the police chief?
Oh, okay. So did you hear the part where I said that of all the people involved, none of the officers' body cameras were...
Yes, we heard that.
So the guy that was in charge of those people was fired 2 days later.
Good. But I feel like we hear that story so often. Why wasn't their body their body cameras were turned off? Well, why? And then there is some lame, weak excuse as to why they had to shut their body cams off. It's ridiculous.
I haven't even seen a reason why they weren't recording. I just have seen they were not recording.
There's literally
And-
never a reason to go turning off your body cam.
Yeah. Yeah.
At any point, it's like, oh, I'm turning this off now. It's like, okay, that's suspicious.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, why do we have all these stories of officers saying, "Oh, well, my body cam had to be turned off for X, Y, Z." You know.
Let me pause this.
It's like, the only place I could imagine it being legitimate to turn off a body cam would be in a hospital or a doctor's office, because then you do have other conflicting laws like HIPAA that you have to comply with.
But I mean, as long as that was managed properly, because technically, if HIPAA is actually being fully complied with the hospital, which it sometimes is not, and that's been a huge problem. But there have been instances in which it has. I'm going to bring up a specific one in a minute. The hospital's not supposed to turn anyone over to the police either. It's supposed to be a place of safety. There was a moment not long ago, I think it was like 2 years ago, where a nurse was...
I remember this.
Yeah? You remember this, Zach? Yeah, the nurse was like, I can't tell you. By law, I am not allowed to tell you where or if this person is here. And the police, like, brutalized this nurse. Like, threatened her, put her on the ground.
Oh, yeah, I remember that shit.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of this. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Years old, but yeah, basically there's like someone who suspected something was admitted to a hospital, and the police showed up and said, "You need to tell us who the person is and where they are." And the nurse was like, "That's illegal. I am not doing that." And they were like, "Oh, you're impeding." And so they fucking, I don't remember how bad it was, but they definitely roughed her up, and I think they tried to arrest her.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm not even sure, based on that story and other stories, that the cops even know the law.
No, they don't. In fact, it was ruled that they didn't have to know the law, and they can also legally lie about the law.
Oh, good.
Does it take a lawyer to be a lawyer?
So
And then how
what
long
you're
does it
saying, since they can lie about the law, all you could see if somebody's a cop or not by asking them, "Hey, if you're a cop, you have to tell me, right?" And if they say no, then you know they're a cop.
Remember that Dungeons and Dragons doors.
I'm sorry, Zach. What did you
Note
say?
that's not legal advice, and don't actually try that.
Yes. Zach, what were you saying?
It's just a flippant, not relevant.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's a mess, but it's a huge deal. Like, it was also a large bit of national hullabaloo when police departments made the defense that if you score too high on like the ASVAB or any sort of like intelligence test, that we have the right to not hire you if you're too intelligent. That is an actual...
I mean, admittedly, every kind of job has various types of requirements, but yeah, that's they do that because they don't want people who think.
Yeah.
They want people who just do what they're told.
Yeah, which is bad. That's bad
That's
policing.
embarrassing.
That's bad policing because you need someone who can think and who can empathize and who understands.
Whereas the military,
Yeah.
they want the smart people. I mean, they need dumb people too, but they want smart people.
Right. Oh, the police.
Like
want
when I
smart
did
people,
my ASVAB, I scored a 96. I had like the third highest score in the school that year.
which means you could never be a police officer.
Well, at least not a grunt, no. But like something like an investigator or something like that, certainly.
Maybe some of the police officers, some police departments require you to work your way up from the bottom position, and if the policies overlap, that means that it's not possible for. It's basically not possible for someone who is skilled to become to become anything in a police department besides an elected office. And and this isn't me saying all cops are dumb. I'm saying there's an institutionalized problem in which there is an opportunity to get a professional police force. I'm going to say something controversial because we've been very harsh on police lately. I'm like, cool, make a requirement that you have to have a 4-year degree to become any kind of police officer whatsoever, and then pay them $120,000 a year. Make it a job that has the prestige of being a doctor. pay them like a doctor, give them the requirements of licenses and practices and insurance that a doctor has, and make it so every time I come up to a police officer, that is a smart, well-educated problem solver who is well-versed in multiple skills that can solve lots of problems. And then that will create a good police force. One that is a citizen that won't use and abuse authority, one that sees me as an equal, one who understands their value and place in society and the value and place of everyone around them. Make it so that the police force is not a place where we intentionally instill people as if they are like bulldogs and grunts, and that their entire point is to exert authority.
Yeah, I actually think that's a great idea.
Like, I'm all for paying every single police officer more and more, so long as they're trained for it and they do their job well. And the turnout of the flip side of that is, at the moment that they abuse any level of authority or power, all of that gets ripped away permanently.
I add that to the list of demands.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's
completely unrelated to anything. I just noticed someone in the lower left DC stream offering hand sanitizer to everyone.
Nice.
And like looping back into that, the conversation about making police officers, highly trained, highly paid personnel, is that the one thing that I want to say is that from what I've seen is that a lot of, I don't remember the exact percentage, but I know that it was a shockingly high number, is that the percentage of individuals involved in being shot by the police have some kind of mental illness, or the number of people who have mental illnesses who have the police called on them had a very high percentage of being shot at. I can't remember which one it is, but basically more people than should be shot at are shot at. And I hope that there was a study that showed that if they funded more mental health first responders, that they have that training and that capability to show up and go and calm that person down and get them into a manageable state rather than fucking shooting them.
Right.
Absolutely. And this is something Zach and I talked about. There was someone in my life who I needed to help. I was trying to find them mental health services, and with the exception of DeKalb, which is something Zach pointed out to me, DeKalb is an exception. It is almost impossible to get somebody mental help they need if you or they or someone in their family do not have insurance or the money and resources to get them help. And it was just a really heartbreaking process to go through to find out that there is nothing you can do for someone who doesn't have the means and resources and money to get help.
Yeah, it's a huge problem we have. Almost all homeless people suffer from some kind of mental illness. It's because of how we treat people who are mentally ill, and from my time on the street, it will make you crazy the way we treat our homeless and dehumanize them if you don't already have a problem going into it. And there are no resources. There are all these hotlines you can call, all these places people tell you to go. You will run around all of them and get nowhere and get almost no treatment and no access to anything that you need. There is no infrastructure whatsoever, public, private, non-profit. There's not enough actually physically, out there that does any real help. And it's heartbreaking, and what ends up happening if you're homeless is eventually your story ends coming across a cop who does not understand your situation or may not care about your situation or what's going on, and you end up in jail or you get shot and you die. And it is such a large-scale systemic issue. I saw so much of that when I was on the street, and there's just without a societal overhaul from the federal level down to the state level, of resources, training of personnel. It is a problem that is not solvable by individual goodwill in any capacity.
No,
It is
it's not.
absolutely heartbreaking.
And I mean, that's why the conversation of Medicare for all is so important right now. So relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that is that, also if someone has a severe enough mental illness to have them in that kind of position, chances are they don't have a job either.
Yeah.
And it's individuals who have health insurance and get it through their job, like
Yeah.
it's like a gross fractal just shitstorm that just gets worse and worse the more you focus down into the different.
Right, you're exactly right, and it's bad from two perspectives. One, it further chains you into the slavery of your employer.
Yes.
So if you aren't lucky to have a halfway decent employer, you are absolutely a slave of a system that you can't get out of, and you have very little economic agency to move away and do anything else. So creating a competing business or moving careers or doing anything is an almost impossible thing, and social mobility is almost non-existent now. And then the other half of that coin, those are for those of us who are lucky. For those of us who are not lucky, there's no way to get back into the gate. Once you're outside of the system, you can't make your way back in. It's almost impossible to. I mean, it requires an insane amount of luck. So
and that's.
I'm going to post.
I just put something in our Discord chat. Can we go ahead and put it on the Twitch chat as well? Again, it's the donation, the split donation for different states, bail release.
Yeah, so I got it up there right now.
Thanks. Yeah, appreciate it, Zach. And going back to your point, let's make no mistake. People don't care. We are told not to care about the homeless, about the poor, about the working class, because we are so afraid to slip into poverty, whether it's homeless or technically not homeless, but it's some type of suburban poverty or very financially insecure, that we would rather not fix the problems for the people that are that and pretend that we're fine than realizing our potential to become poor and working class, and our potential to fall behind on house payments and lose our job. It's part of the delusion of the exceptionalism of America. Did that make sense? I'm a little tired right now.
That was perfect. That is an absolutely perfect point to make. And from my experiences on the street, once you've gone beyond that level, it's almost all black people. Like, the lowest black veterans. And it's a dehumanizing experience in every way. In some ways that I directly experienced and observed, it's not just that you can't get back into a home instability because there's no resources. Getting someone to treat you like a basic human being, people begin, their unconscious body language changes. If they know that you're homeless or you're perceived as one of the homeless on the side of the street, they will not look at you. Their eyes won't engage with you the same way as another stranger walking down the street. And you can tell you have been thoroughly dehumanized. And one of the most
I think part of that, though, is as soon as you make the eye contact, they start asking for money.
Well, some of them do, but it's beyond that. Like, if you're not doing that, they, it's still there. And one of the most heartbreaking moments I had while I was on the street, is this was right across from Edgewood, not too far away from Joystick and the Georgia Beer Garden, was a man who was a homeless man, and I was homeless for long enough to be able to tell when people have recently become homeless. This is a homeless man who has not been homeless for very long. And it was a black man on the street being comforted by another homeless man. And he was just screaming at the top of his lungs, "Look at me, I am here. Just please look at me." You know, he was, and I had never physically screamed it, but I had been at that moment. I have absolutely been at that moment, and that is what we do to people who are invisible. We dehumanize them to such a point that it psychologically destroys you, and there is a point of doing that to somebody in which they cannot come back from.
Yeah.
Also, a large part of it is that at least when I was growing up, is that, you know, I was being told that, oh yeah, you can do whatever you want. Everything that the world's your oyster. You just got to put in the effort and do the thing. And then, like, kind of tacitly, almost explicitly, was told that anyone who doesn't succeed, it's their own fault. And so we have that ingrained in us, is that, you know, oh yeah, you know, if they're homeless, it's their fault. They deserve it. They've done something wrong. They don't deserve your pity because they got themselves into that situation on their own. And it's like, that's just a gross fucking distortion of reality.
Well, and it goes back to our conversation last night about Atlanta having the Black Hollywood and Black Mecca mantle. I've heard those two terms used a lot in reference to Atlanta, and I think Zach's point just shows how not true it is. Talking about the guy who came down from New York due to gentrification, that's happening all over Atlanta. We didn't bat an eye. The conversations are happening, but the conversations of gentrification are only happening by the people who are displaced. They're not happening with the people who have the power. So Atlanta doesn't care about its people. They like we said yesterday, we care about the image, and anyone who will give us a better image, we will treat with respect and dignity, and anyone who counters the narrative that we are trying to sell, like Zach says, becomes the Invisible Man, which is a great book, Invisible Man. Go read it.
You're exactly right.
Yeah. And it's frustrating. And I've said this before, and I don't think it can be repeated enough. What's going on now with these protests is directly related to what we're talking about.
Yeah, yes, it's more than just police brutality. All of these intersectional issues, and some of the police speakers have been echoing this as well. It is more than just police brutality. Police brutality is one of the major ways that you come across this sort of oppression of the underclass, which is majority black. But there's other parts of our society that force you down. You can't. I hate to use it this way, but you can't breathe if you're poor. You were not able to. Everything is constantly against you in every way.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what a lot of minority communities face. So Chris just said, the bottom left stream on Woke, Max Blumenthal, is possibly the Max Blumenthal son of Sidney Blumenthal, who was a consistent speechwriter for Democrats, particularly Hillary. Chris says that he is a legit progressive and annoys the hell out of authoritarian parties.
Okay. Good to know.
I don't know whether that's true or not, but awesome if it is.
Yeah.
If it is true.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all of these issues all together, I mean, I think one of the most horrifically Orwellian, not Orwellian, just authoritarian parts of all of this is I see people trying to talk about, well, the rioters are bad because they're destroying property. And right, I don't condone destruction of property, and it's better to be peaceful. And we can talk all about that all we want, but I noticed that there's this focus on the destruction of poverty, and it sort of illustrates the point that property, or destruction of property, not poverty, but destruction of property, and it sort of illustrates the point that that is the priority. Property and wealth is the priority, and not, you know, humanity. You know, the actual person, because the protests are about everybody's individual humanity, and humanity being crushed under the weight of racism, systemic violence, state violence, and the systems that we've created. And to harp on, you know, the damage of property above all else illustrates the point that morally our society is horrifically flawed.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think it's also just part of the problem.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. I think that's also part of the problem, is that just we've been taught for, God, like decades, almost centuries, that, you know, it's this idea of capitalism and how it's going to help benefit everyone because, you know, it's just the best thing and that's how it works. And so instead of like trying to challenge these ideas, we've had historic moments and just people who don't want to have the conversations. And so it's constantly evolved into this more and deeper idea that no, it's not that there's anything wrong with capitalism, it's just that we're not doing it right, or, oh, you know, there's so much capitalism. And so we've constructed such this giant facade around this fake idea of how the world should and works best. And it's, to keep butchering that metaphor a little bit, it's just so deeply constructed that it's so hard to get down into the core of it and find out that really there's nothing there.
I'm losing Zach. Can anyone else hear him?
I'm here. Yeah, I heard him. He came in clear to me. He came in clear.
Cool.
Clear
Perfect.
Yeah, you're good. And that was an amazing point that you made. I'm having trouble. I don't have anything else to add. I think you made a really good point.
Do you mind summarizing other Zach's points? Because I heard barely any of it.
Go for it. Go for it, other Zach.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I can hear you now.
Well, yeah, specifically meant Ray, yeah. Okay, so, all right, if you can hear me, in short, if we want to construct a metaphor out of it, basically, the idea is that capitalism was this concept that it'd be a great, you know, building, and it would have all these things and amenities that we needed for everyone, and it would be great. And then it didn't really work out, so instead we just continued to construct this facade of like, okay, well, you know, we're not doing it right, or, oh, there's too much government in it, and it just kept going and going and going, and now the facade is so deep that it takes so long for someone to get down into the actual construction and find out that, you know, it's either rotten or there's just nothing there at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. And again, I don't have anything. You paint a really amazing picture of sort of the flaws of what we've done, and it's so embedded in our culture and our society and the structure of our economy, and our sense of self-worth, that it's almost like resetting someone's computer if you say anything otherwise. I cannot tell you how many times someone has tried to defend themselves or put me down by saying that they made more money or they could make more money or that is their entire self-worth. It's you know, and there's just no humanity in any of the way we've structured our capitalistic society. And you're right, we make all these excuses like, oh, there's too much government regulation that would give people more agency economically, but it doesn't, because less government regulation means that another party can monopolize, and then with the few amount of resources we have, you can never achieve the heights. The more billions Bezos makes, the less millions that someone else can make to make an Amazon competitor, which is something that we've known for centuries, because Teddy Roosevelt busted the railroad trust specifically because of this problem. This is not like an unknown factor. You know, and there's just all these facades of how capitalism is supposed to be great, and it's all predicated on the falsehood that everybody has an even keel at it and you can just work hard and get it, and it does not work. It does not work at all. My story is one of which I have done that. I have worked really hard and I achieved great things, but almost all the great things I achieved that homework was kicked over like a bully kicking over a sandcastle at the moment that I spoke up to or had anything bad happen to by somebody who was in a position of power or in a position of someone in an upper class. And almost every time I asked for assistance, there would be an overwhelming voice of, well, it's your own fault. You know, how you know, it was totally, you know, your own fault for being poor or not having a support structure. Or like, you know, somehow it was ordained by fate that, you know, I was to suffer by this. Or you shouldn't have spoken out by someone breaking your bodily agency. Even though you only wanted mediation and understood how messed up the situation is. You know, or, you know, you shouldn't have been born in Albany and had to come up here. It's not, you know, it's your own fault that your parents are involved in your life and they're terrible at being a family. And for millions of black people, it's your fault for being black. You know?
Well, yeah. There's this quote in The Emperor's New Groove, the Disney movie, where the bad character Yzma, there's this farmer and he's asking her for help because they're not making any money and they're poor. And Yzma goes, well, you should have thought of that before you became peasants.
Right.
And it's just like,
it's, yeah.
It goes back to our puritanical roots, which you are given what you are given what you have by God, and anything that you don't have is your fault because God knows you're wicked. Now, obviously, we don't think about it in those terms anymore of, you know, God literally giving or withholding, but we still have that same idea that somehow what you do or do not have is your fault. It's kind of like the meritocracy argument we were having last night about how meritocracy does not exist in America. Yet every American seems to truly believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't tell you how many people who are in positions of authority or have lucked into wealth, like a lot of the people I've dealt with in my situation at Oglethorpe, they truly believe that, I mean, some of these people are not, you know, they're in their young adult lives and, you know, they haven't had the opportunity to grow their own businesses. And there are the rare young adults who do actually grow something really fantastic at an extreme amount of youth, but like most of these people, like they haven't actually done a whole lot yet and haven't had the opportunity to do a whole lot with their lives yet. They truly believe they have earned their own parents' wealth. It's insane to me. Like, and they will trade it like, this is mine. You know, I deserve it because I've earned this apartment that my parents are paying for. And you don't deserve having it even though you actually work to live here. You know, because it's not your parents paying for it. And I'm like, but that's not yours, you know? It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And it's not just these particular group of people. It's Trump is this, like, as a president, because he never earned any of his own wealth. His parents gave him all of his wealth, and he lost almost
He got started with a small loan of $1 million.
Right. Except for it's a small loan of multi-million dollars, but yes.
Well, yeah, and it was back in, what, the 60s?
Yeah, so today it's worth like tens of millions of dollars. So it's insane, yeah. And it's not really a loan. And he lost all of it, and then bankrupted multiple times, and then used the Russians to, you know, funnel tons of money into shady businesses that don't really
And then
exist.
just decided he's paid people enough and stops paying them.
Right. You know? But to an entire group of people, that is someone who is successful and has earned it. You know, meanwhile, the rest of us who backbreakingly work, you know, 40 plus hours a week for far less than we're working, can't live off of it. You know, it's our fault that we're down here. You know, it's insane. It's the excuse. And not to pull from the same point of history again. It's the Roman excuse that Jupiter favors the patrician class is an actual like phrase Romans would say, because that's
Jupiter is Zeus, right?
Yes,
the Zeus equivalent. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, and they believed that those who were of the patrician class or wealthy absolutely earned it, because Jupiter favored something within them, their ancestors themselves, some spirit, and therefore it was their own, and it was used as an excuse for their class system where the plebeians and the slaves were part of it, and the fasci, which we get the term fascism comes from, represents the binding of the classes, and the actual fasci was wielded as a weapon to push back the crowds during a Roman triumph or a parade, as a symbol that the patricians are above them, and this was the correct social order for Rome's greatness. That it served the upper classes, and therefore what little you have only exists due to the greatness of the upper class. And we totally have that undercurrent in our societal beliefs to this day.
Yeah.
Non-economic.
Yeah.
So I might butcher some history here, but original conservatives, the original conservative movement, actually came about, and it totally ties into this idea of what you're talking about, Zach, with how the Romans viewed class. Aristocrats and nobles in the 1700s saw that the monarchy, they witnessed all these revolutions and saw that the monarchy was dying, and realized there was no longer going to be one king and queen, or one king who was ordained by God to rule. That idea was leaving. But they still wanted to make sure that the upper crust nobility, aristocrats, had power. So now it was no longer just one king and queen, but rather a handful, a collective of super wealthy people who owned all the land, all the means of production, all the resources, and what have you. And they really, throughout I want to say it started in the 1600s, but don't fact check me on that. Really 17 and 1800s and into the 1900s, but mainly 17 and 1800s, really tried to push this idea that you really can see in the Republican Party today, where a few people rule over the masses and a few people continue to have the power. And that was where the original conservative idea came from.
Well, I mean, that's literally what a republic is.
Well,
Yeah.
We are not, and people fail to realize that this country is not a democracy. It is a republic.
Well, it's all right.
Yeah.
So some mild correction there on the most
Yeah,
recent part of that.
please correct me. I could be wrong.
Yeah, your history is mostly on point with some date fudging, and yes, some of that overtly happened. However, it would take me a while to unpack that.
What, all the corrections you'd have to give me?
No. You actually were on point as far as like all of that. It would be very minor and not. Your point is correct. I just want to thank. I actually missed that. We have a new follower. Thank you for following us. It's the thing is just recently the idea of a republic doesn't necessarily necessitate a nobility class. What it necessitates is because you could have a republic that's egalitarian, but you don't have to have a republic that is in line with an oligarchy of a nobility class. The Romans did that, and that was intentional. And part of the republic, part of the Roman Republic's history before it became an empire, is the struggle between the patrician upper class and the plebeian lower class.
And when we got started, I mean, our republic was relatively egalitarian.
Well, they wanted it to be, though the author of People's History of the United States would argue that that's actually the opposite of the case, that it was a moneyed, white, wealthy class that supported it, and then as the revolution went on, they realized they couldn't undo the genie in the bottle, but there were some voices that tried to put the genie back in, and that from a certain historical perspective, we've basically been living through a class struggle from American history of a small group of people who want to put that genie back in and then lose more of the genie over time, and the rest of us who have been like, no, but the ideal you sold us on was this. A good book. You should definitely read it. It has some flaws. But Ray's point is absolutely sound. There not only was that era of history there, and that existed. I argue that what Ray is talking about is indelible to American society today. We have a nobility class. It's the most repugnant.
Absolutely.
This is the most repugnant thing you can say as an American because we overthrew an aristocracy. But the truth is that there's an aristocracy that has existed for a while, and we still have it. It's the reason why, and I hate it every time. Anytime there's a major social issue in this country, the first thing we look towards is a celebrity who has it, not a common person.
Right.
We have to see what the nouveau riche are saying, and not, how it affects anybody else. And it's absolutely horrendous that we do this. If there is not a rich person, who is gay, that is talking about oppression, then gay people are not being oppressed. It frustrates the shit out of me. Trans people don't deserve rights. They're just weird until a famous person is trans.
Yeah.
I agree with everything you're saying, but I do have a point that I want to kind of interrogate a little bit. It's kind of like a dual-faced thing, wherein on the one hand, I don't think that necessarily, and I mean, obviously, some, probably a larger proportion of America than I care to admit actually believe that, because people are rich, they've done something right, and therefore they have a better handle on politics, society, whatever. But I also have to wonder how many people are paying attention to celebrities because they have that platform, they have that kind of money to be able to put themselves out in front of individuals, and not necessarily how many people are under the impression that because this person has that kind of platform that they must be listened to, but instead, because we can't really get away from this person, they just listen to them by default.
Well, I actually agree with you. It's a complex issue, and it's like that combination of liberal in the economic sense, of liberal capitalism and that want of cultural aristocracy merges, so that it becomes a cycle in which if you find yourself in that position of privilege and wealth, you dominate and monopolize the platform of discussion because you have the wealth. And it reinforces the idea that if you're wealthy, you must have done something right, and that's the people we should be listening to. And then everyone else's voice gets pushed down, and it becomes so hard to bring yourself out of that complex, mess that only the rich get heard. And it's incredibly frustrating. It's actually one of the reasons why I have a positive outlook about these protests, because this is not celebrity driven.
Yeah.
These are people talking. Occasionally, mainstream media will cut to the actor who was in Star Wars that played the clone trooper.
Oh, John Boyega. Yeah. Okay, that was pretty cool that he did that.
Yeah, he was in London.
To, totally prove y'all's point. But,
yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, and it's not like I didn't enjoy that he was there myself to a degree, but what it's interesting is that before this, that would be the only thing MSM will show, and I have a lot of criticism with how the mainstream media has covered this entirely, because they're not covering this part of what we're seeing, and we're not covering a lot of the police brutality that I played earlier in the stream, but this is the majority of the voices that we see and hear, especially when you step off of television and you watch it raw like this, is a social movement by the people, by the dispossessed, by people who are angry, by people who have had everything taken away. And that's incredibly powerful.
Yeah, The Dispossessed is also a great book.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, absolutely. I think you made a great point about celebrity and what celebrity clout brings to a movement, and how we only pay attention when it is someone rich and powerful speaking. And that is what is so unique and beautiful about this movement, with the exception of John Boyega, which, I mean, yeah, cool, good for him. But with the exception of him, I don't see anybody out here that's famous,
Right.
This is a people's movement. And while I don't know how long the protests will last, I don't know. I hope this feeling in America, this sense of urgency and need for justice continues throughout, and that we don't forget it when the states open back up and we all have to go back to work and things go back to normal. And granted, I absolutely realize that's very much something that happens in white America and in Black America, and minorities in America have to live with it every day, and they can't just go back to work. So I hope that we all take our sense of urgency, white America in particular, and we don't just go back to the way we were. We carry this throughout the rest of our lives in every section of our lives. We carry this and we use it to vote local, know who we're voting for, demand good candidates, hold them accountable. And let's, I said last night a famous quote, people don't plant trees for themselves. Let's start planting trees now, 2019. So in 20, 30, 50, 100 years from now, when our children and our grandchildren are grown, they will be able to reap the benefits of today, of 2020.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Society only advances when old men plant trees that they will never see grow.
Yeah.
I don't know who that quote is attributed to, but it is a famous quote. Another famous quote I was thinking about earlier when you were speaking and the other Zach was speaking and Don was talking is I cannot remember. I think it's Langston Hughes, but it might not be Langston. Has a piece of work that is, I think it's the title, but the most famous quote from it is that the measure of society is the measure of the lowest man down.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like if you want to know what is a society, it is not the monuments, it is not their leaders, it is not their greatest work of art. It is that you walk amongst their streets and you find out how they have treated the person at the lowest end of that. And the way we treat someone at the lowest end of American society is so horrifically abysmal that it is disgusting.
Oh yeah.
But you're exactly right. The way that we help the lowest man down is not going to be an overnight solve, and it is something that we will not see in our lifetime if we achieve it.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I wish I could snap my fingers, but these are complex, difficult issues that require dedication and hard work.
Right before talking about how a society treats its lowest man, I realized I forget where in Atlanta I was driving, but I was driving around Atlanta like right before curfew hit. Sorry, not curfew, COVID and quarantine hit. And I realized, and I don't know why I didn't realize this earlier, for a large portion of America, they are already living in a dystopian society. Like, for a lot of people, that's not a sci-fi movie, futuristic, post-apocalyptic movie idea. A lot of America is already living in that dystopian society.
You're exactly right. Not to pitch a future book that I hope to write, but yeah.
Tell us about it.
Right, yeah. Is that I've been working on a book for a while about how cyberpunk fiction and dystopian novels accurately predicted the future, and I was unpacking why. A lot of my work on that book has stalled because events have been moving so rapidly that every week is a new chapter in the book at this point. But it is telling that part of when I came up with the idea is that I'm a nerd, and
really?
Yeah, I know, right? That's a real big surprise. But I'm a nerd, and I've always been into science fiction, and it wasn't the ideal world of Star Trek that we landed ourselves into, in the ideal that was envisioned during the space race in the middle of the Cold War. It was William Gibson's Neuromancer, that our life mirrors. And I'm like, what were the influences of that work, and why is it accurate, and how have we made this turn into that dystopia? And I started to really ponder that, but I started to really ponder that while I was homeless on the street and I had the world turned upended. And I began to realize, as wonderful as technology is around us, I don't own it entirely, and it can also entrap me, and it can be used terribly. So if you are poor and you cannot, and I was very fortunate to have a smartphone with me the whole time due to circumstances that helped me survive a lot of this, and that weapon of technology is part of the way that I was able to come out of that alive. But for millions of poor people in America, it is 1984 Orwell, and that there are cameras everywhere watching whatever you do, and it's Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, and that the way that you escape is through drugs and non-committed sex, which is great if you're into that. I'm not saying don't do that, but like it's used as an escape. It's used as an escape. If you to at this moment not deal with it, which is the point of Brave New World, is that all those pleasures are used so you don't think of tomorrow and how bad things actually are, and it's all of it is made so you don't have to think. So we distract ourselves and addict ourselves to things that just so you don't feel pain in the moment. And if you were fortunate to have a job, you were chained to it, and you cannot live it or live outside of it. And you become a part of a caste system as within a company. And companies have more power than states do. They make power plays that nations wish they could have during the early Cold War. They can wage actual wars for resources. The real power players are in boardrooms, who are in lofty glass castles.
Didn't Trump just say that companies can go and mine asteroids and stuff like that too, in violation of, I forget what, some sort of space treaty that we had some time ago?
Yes. So as SpaceX moves forward, a private entity to go into space, and it's great that someone can do that without government aid. But what that may easily turn into is private equity firms moving people, labor forces into space that are disposable.
Private equity firms. I can't wait for the moon to go bankrupt because of that.
Right. I like that Onion article you posted before. Had a picture of looters, and it was people mad at looting during protest without being formed as a private equity firm first.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Because corporate looting happens all the time. You can totally lose your small business to a private equity firm, or the economic conditions imposed upon you by Walmart monopolizing a logistics chain and closing all the small businesses. And we don't weep for those. We weep only when the dispossessed and those without a voice smash a window or two. And honestly, there's some heavy evidence suggesting that a lot of that's agent provocateurs and white nationalists, I
mean, for example, while it's true that Toys R Us was doing fairly poorly, they were actually still able to keep their head above water until a private equity firm came in, bought them, did a credit default swap, and now suddenly, Toys R Us is like $300 billion in the hole.
Right. Sears and Roebuck used to be a big deal, and they should be the Amazon competitor right now. But
yeah,
instead, same thing.
They were Amazon before fucking Amazon. They were Amazon before they were computers.
Right, and there's no reason for them to transition not into that. But the mighty Sears empire was destroyed in this exact way.
There was a time you could buy a house kit from Sears.
Yes, from the Sears magazine, and that's actually kind of a historical thing. People are trying to get the last surviving Sears houses and keep.
Really?
Yeah, because you get this pre-assembled kit delivered to you. This is like early 1900s.
More like all the lumber and the instructions and maybe a few pre-assembled parts, but yeah.
Yeah, this is like
hey
early
guys,
1900s.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but a friend pointed out to me that we should be paying attention to Iowa City right now, and it looks like there's a lot of gas.
Yes.
It looks like a woman on the right screen got I think she got pepper sprayed.
Yes.
I missed it.
No, they've been Iowa City has been going hard. The police have been pushing them forward off of the street using a lot of force. So I've been watching that as we've been talking. It's in stark contrast to what's going on in many other cities, where the response seems to have been much more measured than last night.
Yeah.
Like I said,
But Seattle, Washington is at the exact same tense moment that happened last night, the night previously. It looked exactly like this when they threw a flashbang at close range. So,
Yeah, it looks like that feed in the upper left is stopped.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
The one in the upper middle and the upper right and the center are all from that same area. They're all still.
this one person who's still up here with their hands up.
Guys, I'm gonna have to bid you goodnight. My headache's getting bad. I can't join tomorrow. I'm gonna try to catch up with you guys Friday night. If all goes according to plan.
Okay. All right.
All right. Well, you have a good night.
Always nice talking to you guys.
All right.
And good luck to everyone in America right now. Try to stay safe. Keep fighting the good fight. And I will talk to you guys later.
All right. Thank you very much. See you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Iowa City is looking kind of bad. The repression has been pretty heavy. In Portland, Oregon, I don't see the amount of violence in the street as I played earlier in the stream tonight.
Down there with their hands up.
I'm going to turn the volume up.
And the protesters are getting
Yeah, I think Iowa City has already had like
closer.
4
They're saying hands up, don't
volleys
shoot.
of tear gas
Have their
grenades
hands
launched.
up. Coming closer. I'm good now. You? Do you live here?
What's that?
Do you live here?
Down the road, yeah.
Okay. Well, I saw the robe, so.
Yeah. I am. I'm picking up trash.
So the protesters saying, hands up, don't shoot. They're getting closer, moving back towards the police. Or the officers. Again, I don't know if this is Iowa City Police, Johnson County Sheriff's Office. I don't know. It's hard to see with the lights. You can hear some more sirens. So we got you can see a group. It's kind of midway. Ooh, and we got another flashbang. Another couple, and people are moving back.
Jesus.
Woo, those ones coming close to us. Oh, someone just threw one back. Coming closer here. You see the smoke coming through.
I want to know who just sent that other one back, because that guy's got a hell of a leg on him.
Right, man. Okay.
See, there's a person with a bike and that. Oh, they're throwing it
There
back.
he's
Okay.
gonna do it again.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Taking cues from Hong Kong.
Yeah. Well,
Lob that motherfucker right back at him.
Yeah. What we need is organization like they have in Hong Kong. Because after a couple of weeks of the protest, they had it
The one
down
in
to
the
like
white.
a science.
Is he the one in the white?
Where they had people
Yeah.
that could block CS and rubber bullets, and catchers
It's hard to
and
see through the
throwers
other
that would
smoke
throw
here,
it
but there
back
is
out,
somebody
and they could just hold the line.
kneeling. Their hands up.
Or at worst, just grab
Right
a
there in
traffic
the
cone
middle
and douse
there.
that fucker with
Right in
water.
front of the
Put it right out.
officers.
Yeah.
Person is still kneeling there as the smoke clears out around them.
You guys out here in a bathrobe, fucking go, dude. That's amazing.
Okay, we got some smoke going off behind that person.
Yeah, without some kind of organization, the Iowa City Police are just going to keep doing this where they'll walk up, wait a minute, reload everything, launch a volley, protesters fall back, they'll move up.
Yeah, and that's what I saw last night. But in Oregon,
Okay,
there
some of
was
the
a lot more
protesters are yelling that
organization.
they're moving
But
back. They're saying there's not enough of us left here.
I think they've had a
Hear
couple
more
of streams on here
protesters
where Oregon's like got
along
just
on,
a river of
behind
people
the
marching
camera.
through the
You
street.
can't see them.
Yes.
That one person is still up there. Here's a look. I'll zoom out for you all. There aren't that many
But again, I want to
protesters
point out something we
left in
pointed out
this
earlier.
area.
National Guard are not seen doing this, and
Appear to
we
be
don't have
more
a feed in
people
Washington,
back
D.C. right now,
there where
which
you all can
worries
see
me.
those lights.
But
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about is that we don't have anything out of DC.
Maybe 2 to 3 dozen
there we
protesters
go, we got
in
DC
our
back
area
up.
right now.
I was about to say, if they don't have a feed from DC, hopefully there's nothing going on in DC. Or at least nothing really worth showing.
I mean, it looks like they're still in the relatively same city area, but I think they're heading
Sounds like
away
the-
from the line of
There's some yelling up there, but
endorsement that they were at.
Clearly, they can't get the message to the protesters in a clear way.
yeah. As Mike just pointed out, it's from where we're standing, it's tough to understand what they're saying up there. Okay, this person is getting up. Now they're standing, kind of moving back. Person is slowly backing up. Okay, that's the person in the white shirt who had been kneeling in front. Looks like they're getting their eyes washed out now. Person was not far away from the line of officers up there. Getting their eyes, a couple people getting their eyes washed out up there.
Hey, you guys are ballers for doing this, I'll tell you what.
Thanks.
I appreciate both of you, okay? I
Yeah.
appreciate
Where
both
you
of
where you from?
I'm from North Liberty.
Okay, you just have a camera?
Yeah, I got
Okay.
a camera. I came out here because I heard stuff was going down and I wanted to make sure everybody saw everything.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, you take care. Have a good one. Okay, there's some yelling going on here.
I think we should move past it, man.
Okay, Mike and I are gonna start backing up a little bit here. So you saw there's that one person in the
I'm
white
actually
who
also gonna get out of here. Should have been asleep almost an hour ago.
Okay,
Sandy,
yeah,
Mike,
I
do you
think I
have
need
my
to do
bag?
the same. I think we're going to
Okay.
call the stream here. If anybody
Sorry.
else wants to continue to watch this,
Okay.
this is on Woke. I'm going to post the URL to Woke one more time in the chat real quick so everybody has access to it.
I can only count maybe
It's in the chat right
14
here.
or so protesters in this
Follow
general
Woke.
vicinity
I don't
up
think
here.
we're adding any extra commentary.
see
You
a
guys
lot
don't
of
already
them
know. I'm going
move
to continue
back.
to monitor the situation in
Folks move
Iowa City,
back.
but also
Got
I need to
one
get some rest
person.
as well. We will pick back up tomorrow,
Okay, so
everybody.
we're,
All right, have a good night.
Mike and I are backing up here,
Have a
everyone.
good
So we're
one.
trying to keep this shot as steady as possible as we
Signing out.
move.